Good afternoon, Aussie disc golf fans. We're back for the final time for this 2024 RPM Australian Disc Golf Championships. I'm Jason Wiedner once again, and I'm joined by Matthew Farina. How are you, Matty?
Yeah, it's feeling a little warmer in the goat shed today. I'm betting the players are feeling it out there, but I think the competition's going to be the hottest thing we deal with today.
I think so, yeah. The commentators' comfort level is down at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the broadcast. But thank you for tuning in wherever you have tuned in around the world, and I think you'll all agree with us that we've seen a ripping Australian Disc Golf Championship so far from the Disc Golf Centre of the Universe, Molong, New South Wales in Australia. It's stifling today. It's about 33 degrees, not a breath of wind. Minimal cloud cover, so it's fairly warm out there.
Lots of umbrellas, lots of UV protective umbrellas.
Absolutely. And let's talk about who we've got coming up today, Matty, because we had an overnight leader by 2 shots, and we know him very well. That's Dave Perry. What do you think is going through his head right about now?
Look, Dave Perry is obviously one of the big dogs on campus when it comes to Australian disc golf. And look, he's very good at getting himself into the lead. He's seen himself in this position before. We saw him practice putting. He looked like he was in the zone. But, you know, history suggests that holding a lead has been a bit of a challenge for Dave. I think that will be going through his mind. And I think as physically testing as the round is going to be with the heat, this is going to be a massive mental hurdle for him to play well in a final round, having established a lead and hold it, because I don't want to slight the man too harshly. But
yeah, and we'd love to see him win a major as well.
Yeah, he hasn't done it at one of the bigger events yet, and he's definitely been in position to do so. So I hope he can overcome whatever mental demons he might be carrying there and really get it done.
Absolutely, and bursting up the leaderboard with a massive start to his round yesterday, a little bit of cooling off in the middle, and then finishing quite strong is the Western Australian wonder kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore, but I think he's actually 18 now.
Yeah, he still doesn't look it.
He's a baby at heart, but that's Blake Houston.
Yeah, once he starts growing facial hair, I'll give him man status. But yeah, no, Blake, he was sending them in the distance competition last night, boosting out some 170-metre 360s, I heard.
Yes, and he beat this man who's on screen, our travelling Canadian pro, who's decided to switch to Australia for today. Speaking to him early, he mentioned that he feels like an Aussie's going to win it, so therefore he wanted to become Australian for the day and just confuse everyone.
Yeah, if you can't beat him, join him.
Exactly right.
The ethos there. And Tom, what a ripper guy. We had a brief chat with him while he was practice putting near the camper van this morning, and yeah, just saying hi to everyone. And doesn't look too fazed by the occasion, does he? Not
for a second. So yeah, he'll be looking to win. Let's be honest.
Of course, highest rated player in the division.
As we see Blake in the zone there, and we can pan back to the other man who is on this card, who is no stranger to this tournament and no stranger to lead card, and that is, of course, Luke Bain.
He's a danger.
Of course he is.
He is a danger.
He's a banger.
You don't want to...
Sorry.
No, that's crap. No, you don't want to give this man a sniff. He can get hot, and when he's hot, he's scoring. And when he's scoring, he's often winning.
Yeah, agreed.
And just made a statement at the end of yesterday's round, just letting everyone know that he's still very much in contention. I think he had a 5 or 6 streak of birdies there that sort of rocketed him back into the mix. And yeah, he'll have his eyes on the prize, and he certainly knows how to get said prize.
Certainly does, and being such a close-fought championship at the moment, Chase Cards just led off with Jade Brady starting at 10 under, and then Chris Hill, Adam Rigby, who had a very solid round yesterday, both of them, into 5 under, and Jeremy Carruthers bringing up the tail of that card on 4 down. So it's Look, I don't know if there's 10 shots in it, but there's definitely a few players that can contest for this win.
Yeah, I'd love to see my boy Rigby maintain. He's had a great weekend, and I go on record to always refer to him as the dark horse at the majors, and he's got the talent.
Yep, absolutely.
It's just a matter of bringing it all together, and he seems like he's doing that at this one.
Yeah, certainly. So already in the chat, we've got Canadians flying the flag there for their boy Thomas. So thank you for joining in. But
Yeah, Robert
sorry,
Shea.
we will Aussies will be ruining the party for you today, unfortunately.
Okay, so we've got, Robert Shea and Thor Hargrave from Canada here to support Thomas, who they're referring to as the Big Maple. What a nickname.
Yeah.
And Tim Wright's tuning in from prison.
On your team, I'm not sure what you did, and whatever it was, I'm sure you're innocent.
Until proven guilty, that's the system.
Yep, as long as it didn't involve a fluid transfer, as he's noted there. But let's have a look at Halfway to Satan, sponsored by Disconnection. It's a par 5. It's 333 metres as we dogleg round right around the OB. Just coming up on our right is the Mando trees there. Forced to throw through under. It's quite a low ceiling, and baskets up under a gum tree at the end. So fairly approachable basket, but second shot to the Mando, most important here, Matty. There's a range of different lines they take. Some of them going right over the OB. Some of them not testing it at all. So it'd be interesting to see if day 3 brings any new lines.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we've seen them all for now, but with some of the power that the boys on this card are packing, they could probably push right of that giant tree you can see in the graphic there in the middle of the OB. But yeah, you really have to stick right to the OB on your first 2 shots, set yourself up for that approach through the Mando, which is a pretty technical approach once you actually get in front of it. Bit of news come in already from this round. Have a guess who's gone and birdied hole 1 so far in the MPO field.
Probably Austin D'Alessandro, who's done it 2 other days.
Trick question, no one.
Oh.
And I turned that into a trick question because I was actually looking at hole 2 thinking he'd birdied hole 1. I set myself up there.
Did you say birdied hole 1?
He birdied hole 2.
He did birdie hole 1.
He birdied hole 2.
No, have a look at the top.
Oh, he did. Sorry.
Yeah, some basic graph alignment issues there for Matty Face. He's not just colourblind, but he's also an idiot.
I'm not much of a tech guy, all right? Gosh. Oofed.
So that's 3 days in a row for Austin. They're birding hole 1, and then we always like to see what he manages to do after that, which is the most entertaining part.
Well, Austin and Jackson, 2 people to have got the birdie on hole 1, and looking down the scorecard, the numbers they're racking up.
There's an 11 there, isn't there?
8, 8, 7, 8, 7, 7, 9, 6, 6, 6, 6, 11, 9. So it's a lot of quads.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that they should rename this hole maybe 3/4 of the way to Satan, or 90% there, something, because it is
hellacious scoring patterns there. Something of a hellscape this first hole, and I haven't spoken to too many players that enjoy it as a first hole either. I think it's a little bit of a deflator unless your name's Austin D'Alessandro.
And I would say, just by looking at, I've spoken to a lot of people in the camp, and here's the tip: a lot of people getting behind this young man here, Blake Houston, and doesn't he look serious at the moment? Yeah, nervous or serious? What would you say?
Sorry?
What would you say? He's nervous or serious at the moment?
I don't think he'd be nervous at this point. It's almost a little too hot to be nervous out there.
It is.
Being nervous takes energy, and you've got to conserve every bit of it just to stay cool.
Par 5s don't really make people nervous that can throw 176 metres in a distance comp, do they?
Nah, a player with that sort of distance basically gets a gimme on a hole like this if they mess it up. From Neptune. What's the weather like in Neptune, Ben? Let us know in the chat, mate.
Yeah, and they've got Wi-Fi there, apparently. Oh, we're not actually streaming at the moment. So Blake Houston second off the card. He'd be taking a wide line here, I reckon. Uses a bit of that big boy power.
Yeah, we want to obviously get a little higher than Dave's. Yeah, just pushes it right of that
Yeah, it
danger
looks like
tree.
he's got around. And
Man, he's almost overthrown that second fairway. He'll have to sort of...
it's a monster.
I think he'll have to hyzer it back toward the mouth of the double
Oh, I
mando.
think a forehand is pretty much what he did yesterday. He gets out wide to the left.
As we see the Canadian, the big maple.
Yeah, don't be confused by his attire. He is genuinely a Canadian.
And if you notice on the sleeve there, you'll witness Robinson.
Yep.
Wearing the jersey of Australian disc golf's uncle, Paddy Robinson.
And captain of the Australian Sugar Gliders, co-captain.
And Thomas takes a more direct line.
Yeah, and he's at that left-hand side as well.
No shortage of distance on that throw.
Had a bit of trouble here yesterday, Thomas. So his start to his round was a little flaccid.
Yeah, definitely not his typical standard. Just ending to it now.
Not coming up on our screen though. As last to tee off, Luke Bain, the Bain Train, as he's known affectionately.
Yeah, only 3 shots off the pace.
Yeah, and he's taking that first gap. Nice and safe.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be right there, hugging that boundary. That OB boundary. Get
Yep,
yourself a
as,
nice straight shot.
as the boys trudge off. Down the fairway. We're away, Matty. We're away in this final round. Whoops. Dave's caddy just having some directional issues.
Tension must be high on the
And
card,
Dave
Jace, you
not
can't
paying
blame him.
any attention to him. He's got enough to worry about, thank you.
Doesn't even have Dave under his umbrella.
No, he's just...
It looks like Dave hasn't crossed the out of bounds here. Yeah, he'll be throwing 3 with lots of hole to go, and not a good start for our
No,
tournament
he'll have
leader.
to... as we saw Thomas Gilbert throw from here yesterday, he'll have to come back about 3 or 4 metres off that fence just to... yeah, as he's doing now. Just to make sure he gets a bit of arm clearance there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive he gets on this shot. The players trailing him could smell some blood in the water if he doesn't pull this one off.
Yeah, look, it takes the it definitely takes the birdie out of play, but good third shot here. We'll get him a par.
Yeah, Dave, one of the very few birdies on this hole yesterday. Obviously won't be the case today, but he's given that one a roost.
Right at the Mando tree, and that's going to end up right with a good look through it. So there for 3 at the Mando tree will get you a that rhymed, and I didn't even mean it, by the way.
That was smooth.
That will get you an easy par. And it wouldn't be Luke Bain, it wouldn't be disc golf without Bainey and his massive umbrella. Look at the size of that thing, Matty.
Almost as massive as the round ratings for the 2 8-unders that were scored by Perry and Houston yesterday. What do you think they came in at? PDGA ratings.
8 down, probably 10, 30, 10, 20, 10, 30.
Yeah, 1040, which is bloody big.
Yeah, it's decent. It's decent, and the 4 down coming in at over 1,000. So it was.
You know, the course not playing simple.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not, and we've got some stalwarts back in the chat. Melbourne's own Chris Reynolds. Hello to you. Hello to Casey Forbes from Ontario, who's another Thomas Gilbert supporter, but also welcome back to Cliff Field, our number one fan, and his obsession with our fluid situation.
Yeah, we're just on the waters currently. Remaining hydrated is pretty imperative today, but as per the last couple of days, I think we'll be treated to a beer or maybe a CC and dry later on, once we've settled in.
And Ben Kennedy's asked us, can one of you commentators put on an accent so we can distinguish the two? You sound the same. I haven't heard that too often, Matty.
I think I've osmotically started to pick up on some of your intonations.
Yeah, okay. Very manipulative like that. As Bainey attacks the Mando and sneaks up to the entrance, so that won't be a problem. He will have a bush in front of him, but a nice flex forehand should get him around there.
As he stares into the camera. Giving an ominous presence almost.
As we have finally arrived at Blake's shot. Yeah, so he's deep in the thick of that thick scrub there, or tree, or shrubbery.
Thicket.
A thicket, I like that.
I think it's a little too big to be a thicket. Welcome back, Hootie No Blowfish, to the chat as well. Was a fun contributor yesterday.
Yep, absolutely no existence of the blowfish anywhere, just Hootie himself.
It's good to see Hootie can exist without blowfish.
Yeah, well, the brand was built on a group status, so good to see Hootie getting out there and following the disc golf.
And I'm taking a uneducated guess here, but John Gilbert, do we think that's brother of the Big Maple?
I wonder if it is.
And there's a dog amongst the pigeons. Danny the disc golf dog, welcome to the chat, my friend.
Is that the dog that's been terrorising the course this morning in the FPO division? Just hunting down Peyton Miller, it was.
Yeah, it looks like he's made himself a YouTube account and looking to...
He gets around. He's amazing, that dog. He gets around. He just goes and sees everyone. And then when he's done it, he just pisses off. He just runs off.
Yeah, displaying some pretty typical symptoms of ADHD, that dog.
As Thomas just trying to work out, you can see the Mando tree just up ahead in the white, with the white sign on it. It's about the third tree along there. So that's where he has to go through.
Yeah, Thomas throwing 2 here.
And that'll get him right in the middle of the 2.
Yeah, he should have a good angle to approach the pin from there.
Yeah, so putting together a birdie assault here.
We just get confirmation that John Gilbert is Thomas Gilbert's father.
Ah. Well, welcome, John Gilbert. Thanks for tuning in. And if you're alarmed by the top he's wearing, he has not naturalised overnight. He's just wearing an Australian top.
The processes certainly aren't that quick.
if we could adopt him, we have a long-running tradition in Australia of adopting people with exceptional talent from other countries and calling them our own. So I'd be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, we can speed up the immigration process for Thomas, I'm sure of it. And Matty Polner, it was great to meet you at the Eruption 2, my friend. Welcome to the coverage.
Yeah, it's the best thing about the disc golf scene is just always meeting new people.
As we have Blake here throwing 2.
Get away from that. Push through.
Massive skip on that one. That just
I
kept
feel like he
elevating.
went in there yesterday too.
He's definitely frustrated.
Yeah, look, threw the Mando in 3s. Pretty good though.
Oh, that was only the second, wasn't it? Oh, no, he had to pitch
Yeah,
out,
no,
didn't he?
he's had his second out of the bush.
My mistake.
Yeah, and Dave, obviously throwing 4 here.
Yeah, not an ideal start for our leader. Let's hope it doesn't plague his mind too much.
Needs something low and punchy here, Matty. Hugging that right-hand side of the Mando. He'd be trying to... I'd say he'd be trying to get a putt out of this shot.
Low and punchy, like a dwarf boxer.
Oh, he's caught some trees. Had to push that right-hand side, so things not going to plan at the moment for our tournament leader.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to refer to Thomas as the Big Maple for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I'm liking the Big Maple.
I'm enamored. I'm enamored by that nickname.
I mean, there's a few... the Mountie, the Big Maple.
What was that show about the Mounties? Due North?
Due
I think it was Due North.
Due South?
Due South?
I do remember it.
Yeah, they wore those funny black hats.
Yes. Due South?
What
Please
about
correct us in the
Jag?
chat.
Was Jag Canadian?
I don't think so.
So Luke throwing 3 here. Still having to get through the double Mando.
That's going to get some Molong skip. And give Luke a nice putt. A birdie putt.
Yeah, birdie opportunity there with a little bit of breeze that's picked up, which I'm sure the players are actually probably welcoming, given the heat situation at the moment. And Danny the disc golf dog saying that was rough, spelt like the noise a dog makes. We are enjoying your work early, Danny. Keep it up.
TG's is another one of his nicknames. Thank you, Phil Armishaw. Not overly creative as a nickname.
And you wouldn't have heard it at home, but we just got a little personalised cameo appearance from Catchcam Ash. I'm not even sure how he's tuned into the system, but do you want to tell him the name of the show that we messed up completely, Jace, there? Northern Exposure.
No, Northern Exposure is not a show about a Mountie.
What were we talking about then?
Juice it.
Do you have any idea how we're communicating with Ash right now?
Don't know how that's working, mate. I'd say he's dialed in somehow, and I'm not sure if anyone else can hear that or not. Just to be clear, that's only us that can hear you, yeah? Apologise in advance for that, then.
Oh, that was a duff.
Yuck. That's an uncomfortable position to play that shot from.
Yeah, that was a duff, and I'm not talking about the beer from hit series The Simpsons there.
Yeah, now Northern Exposure was a show about a doctor that moved from the mainland of America and took a job running a doctor's surgery up in a very remote town.
Alaska, somewhere near
Alaska,
Alaska.
yes. So,
Not Canada.
great show though, great show. Ash and I used to watch that when we were teenagers, so.
Okay, a bit of nostalgia tied up with Northern Exposure for you guys?
Yep, absolutely. I told you it was due south.
Yes,
As
due
Dave
south.
for a long look, gives him a putt he can finish. So yeah, this whole
Taking a lot of lunch money today, as Yuli would say.
yeah, Troy. Thanks, John Gilbert. Yeah, due south, great movie, TV show. Up shot there from Blake, and I must admit, Matty, being a par 5, I have lost a little. I lost in the shots a little bit. I think this is going to be for par for Blake, is it?
No, I reckon it's for bogey.
You reckon?
It's an estimate, at best. I've been too busy looking up Canadian pop culture references. As we see, I think that's Bainey's disc. Circle's edge look for birdie. I can tell you that with the utmost certainty,
Yes.
Jason.
Yeah, we're aware of that. We've seen very little of our man Luke Bain so far.
And yeah, he can smell the water, the blood in the water.
Nearly stuffed that right
He
up.
can smell the blood in the water.
He
And
can.
let's see if he can capitalise on errors of his card mates.
Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, he did miss low for a large portion of the early portions of last round.
Yeah, and Troy Barrett in the chat, impressed with TG. Fourth day without a hat in this heat. Yeah, that surprises me a little too, if I'm honest, Troy. I understand it's winter where you are, but yeah, we definitely wearing hats out in the sun at this time of year.
And yeah, excuse me, chicken bone in my throat. The flies are bad here, as alluded to by Robert Apoka. We saw them annoying Thomas yesterday.
Ooh, left side miss.
Maybe it was the heat, maybe it was the flies, but bogey at best there for Thomas.
Yeah, not. You wouldn't be happy about that, that's for sure. As Perry to try and clean up as best he can for a bogey. Yeah, solid.
Yeah, that'll hopefully settle the nerves for Dave, making a little tester like that.
I hope so. We all hope so. And we're hoping for a big, close battle.
I don't think we can hear the play at the moment.
And Bainey drives home his par. And Blake finishes off for what could be either a par or a bogey. So that's hole one, and we're one hole out of 18 down in this final round. Hole two, par three, 115 metres, a punch of Leonidas, sponsored by the very, very well represented Newcastle Disc Golf Club this hole. Mando that we've just gone past, it's a sharp right hand over an OB sand scrape just around the corner. So tough birdies again, Matty. We've only seen a couple on it.
Yeah, yesterday didn't see a lot of birdies. Blake on his opening 5 birdie streak got it, as well as no, he was the only one in round 2.
There you go. So yeah, tough birdie this hole. But there's a Mando miss opportunity too for a little bit of separation.
Yeah, look, the power forehand will probably be the play here, and we saw the boys skip off the scrape screen there to get that big flare moving towards the basket. It's really the only way you can birdie the hole unless you want to throw a controlled roller. I don't really think there's much of a backhand play directly for the green.
There just isn't. Roller's the only option with backhand, and you know, we don't all have forehands like Perry and Gilbert, do we?
We certainly don't.
And looks like a roller. It's taken a wide line. Is he going to come? Oh, it's got held up out there. A little wider than he would have wanted.
Well, I know. Oh, those guys aren't playing. I thought they were just doing something. Didn't you just throw on a tail? Yeah. Okay.
So the wind's starting to play a part. You can see the ripples on Bainey's shirt there. This is the more popular forehand play. A little bit of flex. Just get it around that Mando.
Really did need to hit the green to get that extra
Yeah,
flare, didn't he?
absolutely. We've seen it work out a little better when you skip off that scrape.
And the hostess with the mostess, Bob Costa, just dropping off a couple of beverages to us. You're about to hear the best sound you'll ever hear on a hot day in a tin shed.
I can't fault the hospitality that we've received here at Molong, and I imagine it will be the same for all of you who aren't here, who are making the trek up next weekend. So it's low. Okay, so he hasn't missed it.
He's crashed it into the Mando tree.
That was a little skinny, wasn't it?
That was a misfire from Dave. Maybe just feeling a little bit of the weight of the monkey on his back.
Yeah, I hope not, Matty. Fearful of this and how to carry that pressure of being ahead overnight on the final round. It's got to do things to you.
A little too far left for Blake there. Oh, that's no good.
No.
Yeah, that'll take him to, I believe, just the out of bounds position where he entered the green.
Yeah, backside of the green.
Yeah.
Just hitting a little early there. A
Yeah.
little bit low there from the Houston Rocket.
And just to confirm on that last hole, it was Blake and Dave taking bogeys and Thomas and Luke getting the pars, which you'll take considering the other scores we've seen on
Par's
hole
definitely a
1 today.
birdie on that hole. Par's definitely a birdie, and we've been seeing big scores all weekend. But I should mention, as I was informed in the chat this morning as well, Gina Hill representing Newcastle Disc Golf. Chris Hill's out there now representing Newcastle Disc Golf, and Kirsten Murray came first in the FA1 division a short time ago. So a lot of representation there from Newcastle.
Yeah, we'll have to get out there and check out the scene one day, Jason.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Definitely.
Now, Baggy Waters, he's looks like he's sipping on a nice glass of Clamato and a hunk of cheese. I had my fair share of Clamato juice while I was living in the Great North, and they like to put it in their Bloody Marys, but they call it a Caesar.
Right.
It's a very famous Canadian cocktail, the Caesar.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of tomato juice, they have this stuff called Clamato juice, which is a mix of clam juice and tomato juice. I don't know who came up with that concoction, but it's a little on the nose at first. But once you get used to it, it's a flavour, it's a taste you acquire. Bit of a hangover cure too, the Caesar.
Oh, yeah, just like a Bloody Mary. Or
very,
a...
very popular at the ski resorts.
Yep.
There's no stranger to a Caesar, Thomas Gilbert, right now. Yeah, pretty simple bogey there for Thomas. And bogey the best case scenario here for Blake as he lines up a big old jump putt.
Yep. That'll get him a bogey too. So Dave lined up for the par.
Yeah, a bit of a let off there from Thomas and Blake considering Dave
And
shanked his drive.
Guess who, with an opportunity to slide his way into second position in this tournament. He's a wily old fox, Luke Bain, isn't he? You just cannot ever write him off.
He's a player, and I mean that in the sense that he's always playing the game,
Yep.
even when he doesn't have a frisbee in his hand.
He's
even
an
when you're-
architect.
Even when you're transitioning between holes, having a chat, I always feel like there's an edge of gamesmanship as he lines up a 11-metre putt for the birdie.
Ooh.
A little too
Soft
much
floaty
hyzer.
run there. But he should take a shot on the other two.
So we did see a couple of birdies on this hole today. Shouting out my boy Adam Rigby
Riggers.
and Jeremy Carruthers, who's 7th place currently.
Boom.
Solid comebacker there from Bainey.
Yeah, so a par for Bainey. And you'd think a par for Perry. Just trying to work out the best spot to putt from under that branch. And makes good on that par. So manages to stay in the lead there. Hole 3, it's only a short one, 88 metres. Backhand players over this fence, which is OB. Sand scrape on the left is OB, and there's some really tight OB around the back of the basket. What do we see here, Matty? We see either a birdie or a bogey a lot of the time. Drop zone for landing on the scrape is over to the left of it, so tough 15-metre putt.
Yeah, look, it's you asked me what I see. I see a must-get for these guys if they want to stay competitive, and yeah, it's been a little bit of a slow start with no one able to reduce their score total at the minute.
As Bainey takes that forehand line again. And parks it. So he's moved into equal second position now with Thomas Gilbert. So he's definitely not to be forgotten.
And Dave will probably be pushing his AVR X3 or Toro on hyzer here.
Pull up.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Ooh, that was heart and mouth stuff.
It was. The ground being a golf course is very well compacted, very dry, and the grass is kept very short. So it's known for its skip, this area of the world.
Yeah, dry, hard packed surface out here at the Molong Showgrounds. Thomas opting for the standstill by the look of it. As he plays to the safe side of the green. Leaves himself with a nervy little putt there, but 6 metre-y, I believe.
6 metre, yeah. Your stock distance, Matty. So Blake, you're the last to shoot here, and the problem with a guy like Blake Houston is, how do you dial it down to just throw 88 metres when you can throw 175?
That's a good question. Maybe pop a Valium or something before the shot.
He leaves it a little short, but he's edge of circle, and all players putting without too much danger.
And thank you to our whole sponsor, Wildflower Cafe, found in the heart.
Straight in would be wild. Yeah. It has to be surely like that's the only way. Yeah. Skip in from like that. Yeah. There's no, he has so much power. There's no way he's going to low. I mean, maybe like deflect off a tree in there.
Yeah. So what the
at least like there's no way.
what the card mates are talking about there is we've just looked on the scores and seen that a fellow MPO player, Jack Siphonius, or Jack Sif, or Big Sif, he's got a lot of names, has just carded an ace on hole 7.
Wow.
So
Hole 7.
hole 7. Which I'm not even familiar with which one it is.
Hole 7, Jace, from memory, is Shelob's Lair.
Shelob's Lair, for heaven's sake.
So he must have skipped around the back, because you can't access it from the front side. Anyway,
Okay.
congratulations, Jack.
Yeah, well done, Jack.
Sole ace for the MPO field so far as Blake lines up a pretty important putt here
Yep.
and cans it. And I think that's going to be our first, or the start of our first star frame here, Jace.
Yeah, so Thomas with the nerviest putt, I would say. But not a distance that he would be having any trouble with, I'd imagine.
Yeah, 40% of the field carding birdies yesterday. But a decent amount of bogeys with a third of the field going that way.
I haven't moved the disc yet. Yeah. So it should be, that looks good to me, I think. Yep.
So you just figure out Dave's lie.
And Bainey records his birdie as well. So, yep. And Bainey loves this part. Look at him. He loves it.
Massive advocate for the chain
Loves it.
shake.
Loves it. Come on, guys.
It upsets me a bit to see the other players acquiesce in wanting to shake the chains.
I don't want to ruin Bainey's party. Neither do they. So, he enjoys it, and we should let him do so. Hole 4, Matty Farina's favourite. As the drone takes the straight line over the sand scrape, it's a gentle downhill, 107 metres. Most of the players we saw yesterday, Matty taking the hyzer line around the first tree.
Correct, yes. If you've got the power, that is probably the easiest line to take. We saw the FPO players just lace that what is essentially a triple mando down the middle today, but I don't think we'll be seeing any of that from the boys.
No, I don't think so. They all tend to have them crashing in sort of around Circle's Edge or better. So that's, if I could do it, that's where I'd be sticking with.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another star frame here, to be honest.
Yep, and we don't want to miss with those Casuarinas, do we?
No,
They're
the
the trees.
Casuarina, also known as a she oak because of their reduced density. And you know what? I thought about that nickname overnight, the she
that's
oak,
good.
and that it's based on the the difference in density. And I think in my 37 years, I've realised that men are more dense than most women. So yeah, I really struggled to comprehend that nickname at first, but I think I got to the bottom of it.
And I refuse to comment. This whole sponsored by Disc Golf Warehouse, who, as we know, are always doing a mountain of work, sponsoring a large array of players here at the tournament. And it is a bit of a walk for the players. That's why we just got the camera trained on our two ugly heads for a little bit. But what have you seen so far, Matty? Dave had a mishap on the first hole, but he seems to have sort of steadied himself.
Yeah, look, I don't think he bled too much there. He only took a bogey, which is fine for hole 1. No one else really took that much ground on him, and no one else has taken ground on him since. He still holds that 2-stroke lead. As we update the score graphics here.
Yeah, so that's the leaderboard as it stands. Perry just holding that 2-shot lead, and Thomas Gilbert and the wily fox Luke Bain have slid up into second position, and Houston just behind that. So
You see, Adam Rigby,
And
not,
his Rigby.
not pleased with that release.
No, and what we are pleased with is Rigby seems to have sacked his polka dot umbrella, which is...
You were pretty critical of that yesterday. I couldn't make sense of
I
it.
just don't think it's very Adam Rigby.
He's a bubbly character.
He doesn't strike me as a polka dot umbrella guy.
I mean, I think people that wear polka dots are generally happy, joyous.
Well, all right, tell me this. Why has he not brought it out again today?
I don't know. Maybe he changes his umbrella with his moods. Maybe some people express themselves with shirts, fashion in general. Maybe his form of personal expression is an umbrella.
Well, the good thing is that, and we've just seen speaking of massive umbrellas, we've just seen in the chat that the tee-off has mentioned that Thomas is wearing my shirt, so at least we know exactly who's controlling the tee-off handle at the moment. We were pretty sure anyway. So shout out and hello to Paddy Robinson.
Yes, we did allude to the fact that we saw the little Robinson on Thomas's sleeve when he was practice putting.
Yes, so and he's noticed that. So
I don't think Thomas would have had any trouble fitting into that shirt, just quietly.
no, and if I know Paddy, he's sitting at home right now, watching on the couch with Thomas Gilbert's shirt on.
Stroking it gently.
So obviously, great to have Paddy tuning in, and he's throwing his support behind Dave Perry there as well. So Dave Perry, very popular player on the circuit, and that's a great shot from Bain.
I thought I heard a bemoaning sound from Luke there, but that's inside the circle, probably 5 metres.
Yeah, it's just a standard Luke Bain noise, I think.
Okay. Would you consider yourself a bit of an expert in the Luke Bain audio area?
Oh, I love it. Paddy's told us no shirt at all.
Oh, that's
Love that.
That's an image.
That's the mental image I'm forming anyway, Paddy.
The creepy uncle of disc golf in this country.
All we can say is we wish we were there with you.
There's Dave hoping to probably replicate what Luke did with his shot.
As it comes in.
Fantastic catch from Neil
love it.
on catch cam.
Yeah,
there,
that
by
is
the way.
some quality catch cam. What do we call it? Vogel Ogle?
Yeah, but one of the better Vogel Ogles we've had thus far, and who knows, he might get poached by DGN and the like.
Well, you never know, Matty. Here's the this is the stage to do it on.
As the big maple, looking to go big, right side. And those flies bothering him again. Do you think he's at a disadvantage not having dealt with the fly situation as egregious as this in the Great North?
Possibly. As, he goes a little long.
And there is OB back there, and he's found it.
He has. He's too big there. Didn't come down quick enough.
Would you consider what Blake's wearing to be polka dots?
No, they're little symbols. He always looks quite smart, I think, Blake.
He carries himself very well for a guy whose age still ends in teen.
He comes in a little early, looking for a little ground play, but he's got himself a...
Call that
decent
deep circle
putt.
one?
Yeah, so Perry with his foot still on the pedal, Matty. A little mishap early, but looking to extend that lead.
Again, I don't want to speak out of turn about Dave or be too defamatory in any way, but putting has been something that's let him down in the big moments in the past, especially putts that he probably would have expected to make.
Yep. Nerves, do you think?
Of course, and we've all felt it. You've stepped up to a putt under pressure, and sometimes you're...
Well, maybe once or twice.
I am speaking about you specifically, not just a general you speak. No, you. essentially forget how to throw. The connection between mind and body just dissolves.
Yeah.
No, I do want to see how Perry manages those situations today.
All right, we all do, and he's getting a lot of support, as he always does. He's a very, very popular member of the Australian disc golf scene.
Yeah, this hole played pretty easily in round 2, coming in at an average of 2.57. Almost half the field getting birdies on this one.
Yeah, so Thomas just lining up where he's gone OB here, but
Yeah. Okay.
looks like we've got a few players on the move, actually. Chris Hill's under the card for today. Jade Brady is one shot better than how he started overnight, so mate, you cannot rule Jade Brady out, can you? It's only 3 shots.
No, he's a veritable hunter. He's Jade, never out of the equation.
And he needs this win, considering he donated about $350 to the Ace Fund last night.
He was unstoppable, as in no one would stop him from throwing. He was just blowing his cash. Remember when he walked up to us with a crisp green Australian note, which in this country is 100 big ones? And I reckon he was ready to do it all.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be a bogey for Thomas there. Sorry, the big maple.
Yeah, and
Someone's car
yes,
alarm.
the car
going
alarm
off.
going off. It's throwing me off.
We can't.
Something shocking.
We can't concentrate with that.
It always amazes me when it's going on for about a minute, and it just, the more it goes on, the more it frustrates me.
Just remains unaddressed for some reason.
Yeah, big putt from Houston.
Yep.
Big putt and big statement.
Gets his second birdie of the round.
As we pause for Dave Perry. Excellent shot of the putt side on there.
There you go.
So takes another shot off the card. Does Dave Perry. And if he keeps doing this, it's going to be hard.
And a birdie from Luke there. Just sticking around, isn't he?
He is. He is. So Thomas taps in his bogey, and the good news to report is that someone has attended to that car alarm.
It was incessant, wasn't it? Unforgiving.
So, yes, it's gone. As we move on to hole 5. Probably the most picturesque hole on the course, we say, Matty. Dam Poplars. 165 metres. It's a par 4. There's a Mando tree out to the right on the corner. An OB snaking its way all the way behind the basket on the left-hand side around the water. Many different lines you can take into this. It's eagleable. It's been done once this weekend. But there's plenty of birdie plays. Yeah, who knows what they're going to do today.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that car alarm. It threw me right off. I don't know how people can let it go. Anyway. What are you expecting to see, Matty? What are you expecting to see on this hole?
Look, I thought most of the players would have gotten aggressive, considering the carry isn't too far over the right-hand dam there. But yesterday we saw them all just play up for the gap and try to get what's a pretty easy birdie if you manage that gap between the Mando and the OB well.
So Boney with a forehand flex just out pretty much to the Mando tree and to the corner. And that needs to get down in a hurry. Oh, he's around the corner, is he?
I think he's going to have a
That is
basically
precision.
standstill distance shot for his second there. That was
That
awesome.
was a boost. But can we just not take away from how gutsy that shot was, considering the time of the tournament, the scoreboard? Like, that was intentional. That was gutsy, and I feel like it was.
Yeah, he's got his foot on the pedal right now. There's Dave. I think that's one of his star J's.
So Dave just putting one out there into the open.
Yeah, happy to play it safe.
Well, it only ends up being a 10, 20 metre sort of deficit. Now, what's this guy lining up?
Ooh, is he going
Is it
big?
Danny flex? Is he going for the basket? That'd be great.
I mean, he's only 3 shots off the pace. I wouldn't say it's desperation station just yet for Blakey.
No, but he's probably got to start working out where. Whoop. Whoop.
I believe that was a butterfly-induced reset.
Was it a good reset, maybe?
Never saw a bad one. No, okay.
Yeah. So just taking the safe route as well.
So we have Thomas here looking to bounce back from that bogey on hole 4.
Yep. Last off the box. Yeah.
The Paddy Robinson jersey. Oh,
this
he's
is
going
different.
over the dam.
This is different.
Needs to skip.
Oh.
Doesn't get there. Or
No,
did
but he's in there.
he cleared that OB?
Yeah, he's in.
Okay.
He's in.
My colourblindness makes it difficult to
Oh, that
read,
was a green flag.
read
Sorry,
the
yes.
flags from the spotter there. Yeah.
Like, like, it should be
To answer your question in the chat there, Cliff, the temperature in the tin shed is pretty high. The backs of my knees are very, very moist.
Yeah, it is quite warm in the goat shed today,
I need a chamois.
and it's not overly comfortable, but we are super dedicated to bringing this live stream and coverage of this sensational tournament to you. So,
And don't take for granted the privilege it is to commentate on these guys.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Various stages of imposter syndrome that we feel on a daily basis.
Yes, this seems to be a pretty frequent point of discussion for us. So we thank you, the viewers, for putting up with us for the last 72 hours.
And just a reminder too, we're still after a name for for us as a commentary duo, so we're still taking entrants.
We think the leader so far is the 2 cranked hogs.
Yeah, we like the 2 cranked hogs. We have no idea about the origins of it, but it's the clubhouse leader. As Blake flexes one around the tree and gives himself an 8-metre. So that's a birdie op for Houston. From Digby Grayston, I've loved the coverage Thank you very much, Digby. We're glad to hear it. And if there's one thing that Maddie and I and any of the park crew can never have enough of, it's compliments. So
Oh yeah, this
by all means, we'd love to hear that your thoughts and your feedback as long as it's positive.
the growth of these egos are boundless. Baggy Waters even making an Airbud reference there.
Yeah, good to see someone.
Good man.
Clifffield, or as I'm going to rename him, Left Field. Doing plenty of work in the chat as Dave tries to work one in on Heiser. And does so.
Yeah, as we will just take a look at some scores around the course. Dan Frost and Aussie D, -3
Wow.
through 10, so sorry, through 9. Pretty handy scoring so far there. And outside of that, I'm seeing a lot more plus scores than I am negative, Jace.
Yeah, getting under the card is not easy, Matty, I can imagine. So Gilbert for his second. And 8-9 metres for Thomas there. There is, as you can see, folks, there's been pretty tight OB around the basket. So it's why a lot of these players are leaving it probably short with that in mind.
Slide.
Paddy Robinson must be having beers.
It's definitely keeping us entertained here. Loving your work, Paddy.
That's a contender for me, 4 moist knees.
So a birdie look for Thomas Gilbert, the Canadian.
A pretty simple statement there from himself to himself, putt better. Yeah, disappointed Thomas Gilbert there.
Yes. Not his finest work.
And Troy Barrett enjoying the coverage so much that he's actually requested we come back and commentate for the MA3 competition next weekend.
Wow. That'd be loose, wouldn't it?
We'd have some fun with that. I'm not sure Kai would bother the time, but
Yeah, I'm not sure the... it may be considered a waste of resources. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, Bainey.
Oh, Bainey.
just faded it in. I didn't think he was going to make that out of the hand.
I am, and everyone else in this competition is worried about this man. He's making a charge. I'm calling it. He's making a charge. Tim Wright with possibly the clubhouse leader for the name for Matty and I, the Airbuds. So thank you. Someone's listening to our plethora of Airbud references.
I have an Airbud tab open here permanently for any Airbud trivia that we may need to divulge.
So Dave, to keep the buffer, needs all the concentration he can find. Oh, and
Tell
he
you
just back extension and caught it.
I tell you what, he's just shaking off one of those monkey paws, I reckon, with that putt.
He certainly is. He's keeping it away. Yeah, does Bainey, a question in the chat, does Bainey always have that smirky smile? 100% absolutely he does.
It's like he was smiling like that one day and the wind changed, and he's just never able to revert back to his, what would be his normal face.
So,
Yes, Blakey.
Blake cards his birdie. And a beer frame for our international competitor there, Matty. Do you reckon they explained to him what a beer frame is yet?
Oh, surely. He's been here for weeks now.
Do you reckon he would have been ever the buyer, though, so far?
I don't know, but given the incredible Australian hospitality, I don't think they'd force a visitor to buy the beers. As we move on here, Jace, hole 6. It's a par 4 boundary rider. One of the more challenging holes on the course thus far. You want to get one out, keeping it pretty left, but not flirting too much with that out of bounds. Your second shot will allow you to approach the green if you give yourself the right space, and obviously you're looking to jump that little out of bounds gap that sort of forms the island nature of the green.
Yeah, getting a decent way up the fairway, important, because they're all going to try and crash that green on their second. So,
yeah, 2 big pumps required if you want to score on this hole. And no stranger to a big pump or a big dump. David Perry.
Smokey P. Smoked.
Oh, yeah.
that's huge.
And I love that just as much as Bainey did.
Yeah, he definitely lets us know about it, doesn't he? Smoked, apparently.
Yeah, probably a little too low out of Blake there.
Yep.
As Mr. Vocal himself. Oh, yeah. Not as much distance as the previous throwers, but safe.
Getting into that zone to approach the island, that's for sure.
As Thomas.
Roll up.
Oh, this is
Looks
looking
good.
That just won't stop. What the hell? It's going uphill. What the hell was that?
What that is a massive shot.
I thought when I saw that,
Oh, that was a ripper.
I saw that sort of that burst of dirt that
Yeah.
the shot might have
That
had
was
some
huge.
speed taken off it. But having walked that hole a couple of times,
That is
now,
2 big pumps to get it up to there.
2 big fishing waves for us at max distance.
So,
Impressive.
yeah, using that roller to the best of his advantage.
Yeah,
Best of his ability.
he'll just have a little forehand pitch in there, will Thomas?
And, of course, giving him lots of shout outs, but we have to give them another one because they've been huge. Beyond Venture Graphics, which is David Flex, I believe it is, was the name that was bandied around yesterday, sponsoring Boundary Rider, the whole, and all the stickers in this player packs, all the vinyls, whether they're whatever sort of adhesive they may be. Beyond Venture Graphics supplied them, so thank you to them, and thank you to David Flex for making this 230 metre par 4 uphill possible. Do you think it was his idea?
The design of the hole?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I don't think
Just
so.
wonder how much input these guys do have.
I'd say none at all.
Okay. Yeah, Boundary Rider, because it rides the boundary.
Yeah, we might have to try to use what very little Park Media pool we have and get our hands on a player pack so we can enjoy the Beyond Venture graphics. I know I'd love to have one on my water bottle.
Yeah, that's low and left.
Yeah, that's
It's a little left, so
dubious as to whether or not that one cleared and made the island.
yeah, for those of you watching at home, basket is more straight up behind those two bushes in the middle there.
Yeah, so Luke just pitching up. He's conceding the birdie. Happy with the par here.
Yep. Yeah, it's a layup. So, yeah, Paddy. Just a bit of insight from an MPO player there. Rollers tend to go straighter uphill. That makes sense. About 150. I reckon it could be even further. Being 230 to the hole.
180?
It's probably only about 60 through to the basket from there. So
170?
yeah, it could be 170, 180.
There's Dave. It looks like he's aiming to get this one home. We know he's probably the furthest throwing forehand player in the country. Oh, just pure hyzer there. I'd say he's just about circle's edge.
Yeah, we saw a puff of dirt. Not coming up on the camera there, but looked pretty good to me.
Well, he's definitely made the island, so he'll be happy with that. And Hootie without the blowfish suggesting that the Boundary Riders wouldn't be a bad commentary team name.
Boundary Riders. Be more pushing the boundary most of the time, Matty, wouldn't you agree?
We like to dance on the edge, yeah, from time to time.
So Thomas Gilbert for his second,
Yeah, looking to get his round back on track.
and that's pretty good. Should give himself a nice birdie opportunity.
I think so. Yeah, this hole playing just over par yesterday at 4.3. And only one birdie in the field. There's Luke a little wayward there. I don't think it's too punitive of a shot though. Yeah, the one birdie on this hole yesterday, none other. None other than Aussie D.
Of course it was.
Getting all the hard ones and just fluffing all the easies. Just hates expectation, doesn't he?
He does. He absolutely
It's his kryptonite.
All someone needs to say to him before the hole is, no one's going to birdie this.
You can't do that.
Yeah. I'll show you can't do that, he says.
Blake pitches up there. Now with Bainey slightly out of position.
Digby, Grayston, is there another event televised by you guys coming up? Well, you know what, Digby? Not at the moment, but if you subscribe on all social media platforms,
2 meters, yeah.
we will keep you well informed of what's coming up.
We'll definitely do our best.
And you can tune in whenever you'd like. We would love to have you as a subscriber.
Luke here really taking his time with the par putt.
Oh, a miss. That's not something we see often from that distance from Luke Bain.
Certainly isn't.
So, Thomas, for his birdie look now, after his exceptional roller, boom.
There it is.
This is going to be a tight one, Matty.
Yeah, and Paddy just claiming in the chat there that he got an extra 30 metres of that roller from the shirt he's wearing.
Oh, absolutely did.
Paddy Power.
That Robinson name carries a lot of power in this country, especially in this sport.
We see Dave now to get 2 shots on Luke here, which is pretty important in the context of the tournament.
Yeah, makes good. Has not put a foot wrong with the putter today, Matty. Has blocked everything out and has been as strong as you can be. As Bainey will have to settle for par.
That's a bogey, actually, Jace.
That's a bogey for Bainey. Oof. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. Thank you. We're back now for hole 7, which is 103. 103 metres. It's called Shelob's Lair. We have, Matty, I can report, we have had an ace on this hole today by Jack Sophonius, or Jack Sif, or Big Sif. He's got a number of names, but well done, Jack, for that, because as you'll see coming up, it's not an easy ace. Shelob's Lair, they call it. It is a narrow tunnel in there, but there's 3 direct lines. Dealer's choice, whichever one you want to go with. But sponsor for this hole, for the ace hole, Jindy Disc Golf Shop, Matty. Are you surprised by that?
I'm not surprised at all. We're just always bringing the quality at Jindy Disc Golf Shop. Shout out to Tommy for setting up a week early and providing all the punters with a fine selection of discs.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an ace on this hole could only be described as a rock star effort.
An ace on this hole would almost require you to have the disc come backwards at the end of its flight. Because of the guardian trees around the front of the basket, I just can't picture it. I'm going to need a very descriptive recollection of the ace from someone who witnessed it.
Yeah, look, and we're going to hear about it, I'm sure. We're going to hear about it all afternoon.
Thank you very much.
About how good that ace was, and I can't wait to hear those stories. But that's got to lift your spirits. We might just check in on, and a wave there from, of course, that's Simon Tanner. We know exactly who that is, don't we?
We never forget Simon Tanner's
We
name.
would never forget exactly who that is. We know him very well, and as soon as I see him, I know exactly who he is every time. So he's +2. Sorry, he's +2 for the day and +8 for the tournament. But doesn't that 1 look good on his scorecard?
Oh, they always do, punched into the PDGA app.
So yeah, that'll lift his spirits a little.
And,
Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, we can't ignore the fact that Dave has got a 4 birdie streak going on right now.
He has, and he's opened up a 4-shot lead. Which, this is hole 7, so there's not a whole lot of time. And the last thing they would want is for Dave to pull further away, I'd imagine.
That is so high, and
It is very high.
And that's what I mean. So he's pushed long of the basket, trying to give himself the open access coming back. Jax must just have faded really, really harshly.
Unless it was a skip.
It could have been a skip, but still, to get around those trees, it's perplexing me at the minute. 'Cause I think we saw every player take the sky high as a line that Dave just did.
Off the back tree and fell in is the story. That's the scoop on the SIF ace, we're calling it.
Oh, we almost just witnessed a replay of it.
It nearly happened again, just as we say that. Okay, so that's how it's possible. We get that now.
And a great catch there from Catch Cam Neil.
Yeah, very good Vogel ogle that was.
Oh, doing all the ogling on Catch Cam is Neil Vogel.
Yeah, that was huge. So Blake looking to crash in as well.
Yeah, we didn't get the ogle on that one.
No, missed the ogle. There is a pink disc just to the left of the trees there, so I'd say that's it.
As Bainey eyes off a similar line to the boys ahead of him.
And falls out the front. So a difficult putt there for Luke Bain.
Yeah, hole 7 playing under par yesterday at 2.77, 30% of the field.
Yeah, with
Grabbing
the
a birdie on
ability
this one.
to bring in that high highs and Matty, you'd sort of expect that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it is a shot strictly for the players who have the big power. We definitely weren't taking that line when we threw it yesterday.
No, so as they walk down the fairway of the hole sponsored by Jindy Disc Golf Shop. Just to recap on the scores, yeah, Dave Perry's out to a 4-shot lead over Blake Houston. Luke Bain is shot behind him with Thomas Gilbert, both on 12 down. So between the top 4, there is 5 shots. But anything can happen. Matty.
Yeah, the challenge for Dave now just to maintain that lead and do something he's never done in a major. As we see the putt that Dave's left with here, he might have to put a bit of ante on this one.
I think it's a go for with those trees behind.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this for 5 in a row here. Birdies, that is. Oh. What just happened?
Oh, I can't even talk about that, but we need to have a replay of that because he was 3 steps in. Oh no, that is one of the most vicious spit outs I've seen.
Oh, and the instant U-turn from Dave there was it was hard to watch.
That's what you call a yeah nah. Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Oh.
Hopefully it doesn't rattle him too much, but
Yeah, that was
thank
just,
you to our production team for having that replay just queued up.
that was straight unfair.
Oh,
This is Luke's disc mounts Dave's.
and Blake with the only. Oh no, he's not the only because Thomas is literally sitting at the bottom of the basket.
I do like the way Blake loosens up his shoulders before a putt. It's kind of mesmerizing.
Good, solid part from Blake. And respect from Luke Bain. And I'm thinking the Canadians that were watching the World Teams last week, Matty, would be probably clutching at their stomach and giggling really hard right about now.
We'll remember that spit out if Thomas presses for the win later in the round.
Hey, like, what the frick was that? Can we get a replay?
So hole 8 is a par 3, 95 metres. Forehand flex is the play. I guess this play, it's a right to left hill, so it heads uphill about this much, about here. And OB circling the back of the basket, so approaches are important. A birdie hole, Matty.
Yeah, without
For those
question.
guys with the forehand. 2 lines to the basket. As we just check back in with that score. So it's a little bit of a trek to hole 8. To the hole that is sponsored by Against the Grain Wood Turning. And as we mentioned on the previous 2 rounds, some wonderful hand-turned bowls, and they're sitting right next to me now, hand-turned me, that have been prepared by Chris Lug of Against the Grain Wood Turnings, also a player. Yeah, he from trees fallen on this course, he's turned them into bowls. So, I mean, that's resourceful behaviour, isn't it?
Someone getting attacked behind us? What was that?
And
Huge.
it's- Yep, massive forehand, and that falls fair.
Just huge. That shot's not easy, guys. We hope you can't hear that loud banging in the background.
Something's going on.
As we see Blake here line up his tee shot. Currently sitting in outright second. Just giving those shoulders a little bit of a loosen.
Oh, look at that.
Park
That
job
is tight.
on Parked Media.
And pressure on. Pressure on here.
Yeah, sometimes it is an advantage to throw before your primary competitor, especially if you pull one off like Blake just did. It really does increase the degree of difficulty.
Oh, it mounts. The pressure mounts quite quickly.
But Dave has been stoic so far.
And we know the forehand capabilities he's got.
Yeah, he'd sit in that top 5 forehands in Australia with Leo Dykes, I reckon.
Pretty comfortably. He's going to end up about, he's probably just inside circle.
Giving himself an uphill putt though, so not the
Yeah,
worst
look, he's
spot.
not as close as Blake. Blake, you would pretty much say, is a birdie. As the chief of chalk brings up the rear of the box.
And the king of congratulatory noises.
He gets louder as the tournament goes on, doesn't he? That must have caught a tree because he left that a little short.
Oh, and it's got its wheels on here.
Oh, well. It was rolling like a wood-turned bowl, Matty.
I still can't really picture that, I'll be honest.
Yeah, so it does play a little longer than 95 meters because of its sneaky uphill and over the trees. Forcing the players on the high route, which, as we know, costs you a little bit of distance most of the time. And we've got, I'm just going to check in on this wonderful chat that we've got going on. From wherever you've tuned in around the world, we're absolutely rapt that you could join us to be a part of this. And we hope that you will, in turn, subscribe. Hit that subscribe button on the channel and watch all our future material and what we've got coming out because, yeah, we're starting to do more and more of it, Matty, aren't we?
Yeah, our editor extraordinaire and the heartbeat of Park Media really cracking the whip on us late in the year. Nah, we love working with Kyle. He's a great man, and none of this could happen without his endeavours.
It is 100% true. When it comes to the tech side, Matty, we are nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. But we all work together as a team here, and yeah, we hope you like what we produce.
And we also hope that Dave can overcome whatever mental demons may be plaguing him after that horrific spit out. And I'm happy to call that a spit out because that one was dead centre.
Yeah, that's a genuine spit out. I think Dave Perry's putted enough discs into chains to know when
When to run at them. You don't
when
see
to run.
You don't see displays of emotion like that from Dave much, especially in a celebratory sense. He is the pinnacle of humility on the disc golf course. So to be sent back, to have his disc sent back, and
To
then
be
have-
turned around and have to 180 out his charge into the basket.
I probably just would have kept running, not looked back.
Humiliating. Oh,
Glances left side.
wanted that one. Wanted that one.
As we see Thomas in the Paddy Robinson doubles jersey there. We do have Paddy in the chat under the moniker of the tee-off. I'm just wondering, Pat, if that was an exchange of jerseys. Do you have a Thomas Gilbert Canada jersey at your house in the man cave? Have you got it signed and framed up already? Let us know if you could, mate.
So Boney for par. Oh, doinker. Is this something that this is something we don't see often, Matty?
No. Not from Luke, no.
Not from Luke Bain. Missing at this sort of distance. As Thomas for his birdie attempt to back into it. Yep, and that's a catch, and that'll move him into second spot for at least 1 or 2 shots.
Yeah, that's turkey time for Thomas there. 3 in a row.
So Dave to make sure of this one. Yep. So Blake with an opportunity now to reduce the lead, the deficit to 2 shots. And does so. So as we enter the, as we move next to the final hole in this front 9, Matty, things are getting really exciting, mate.
Yeah, well, we've seen 2 uncharacteristic errors from Bainey on the green in the last few holes as we move into hole 9. It is a par 4, and any frustrations you do have from previous holes can be expelled with a big boost on a very open fairway here. The challenge is getting far enough up that you can pitch around to the left to what is a pretty tightly placed basket left side of a Mando that you need to go right of.
Yeah, and we did see players opting for rollers. But yeah, being on the right-hand side is absolutely paramount. It's a very tight line around that Mando. There's the cattle loader. It's a former cattle loader, I should say. They don't use it to load cattle anymore. Just in case anyone was wondering.
I certainly wasn't, but the more you know.
So yeah, load up, exclamation mark.
Well, we saw Dan Frost load up day 1, getting what we estimated to be a 180-meter roller up. Pretty much had it leaning on the Mando tree. Incredible. And with what we've seen from Thomas earlier, he could replicate a shot like that if he opts with the roller here.
He could. And we should outline the absolute mountain of sponsorship work coming from RSL New South Wales, a Molong sub-branch of the RSL, charity-based not-for-profit organisation, I understand, working with ex-veterans and other wonderful community-based projects like that. So great to have them on board, and we always, as always, appreciate your support.
Here we go.
Here we go. As he loads up. There's
that-
a Vogel Ogle. It circles up.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. He'll have a backhand hyzer for his approach. And Blake, who just quietly, 5 birdies out of the last 6 holes. Currently 2 off the lead.
Yeah, trying to mow down Dave Perry. There's a big hoof out to the right-hand side. And he's about 15 metres short of Thomas's roller.
That was a big hoof. Oxen-like
That was.
in hoof magnitude.
He's just channeling that cattle loader
with the
with the hoof.
with the hoovage. I wonder which animal in the animal kingdom has the biggest hoof. Bison, ox, yak.
I think it's a camel. Dave a little overbalanced with a big Annie flex. He's out there as well.
The ironic clapping from Dave.
Look
he's
how
6
much chalk he's got on all over him. He's just covered in it.
He looks like he's put in a decent session at the bouldering gym. And is Matey going roller here?
Yes, he is. Now, this is something of a rarity.
He's got a good angle on that.
He has.
Yeah, that will go down the hill. Checked up all right. He's in the clear.
Yep. So, a little bit of a gallery forming there on hole 9, but obviously trying to stay out of the sun as well. As the players make their way down, be halfway through this third and final round at the end of this hole. And leaderboard on the bottom left of your screen.
So I'm just getting word that the largest hooved animal on the planet is actually the African elephant.
Right. That would make sense.
Yeah, they're not what I think of when I think of a hooved animal, though. I thought they were more of like a padded foot.
No, apparently not. Apparently they've got hooves.
Guess a giraffe would fall into that category too. As we see the array of brollies there, obviously not for moisture protection today.
No, that sun's got quite the bite on it. It looks like it's going to be Dave to start. Our tournament leader will be off first.
There's someone in the chat called Molong Triple Mando. Just the personification of the iconic feature,
Interesting.
hole 10.
So we've got the Molong Triple Mando. We've got the, what is it? The Molong Dog.
The windmill.
Windmill's probably got an account as well. The Cattle Loader. The smell of canola oil in the morning.
And Denise Dark seems to be enjoying our terminologies, the hoofs and the hooves and the honks and the tonks.
Dave tries to get around. Oh,
It just kept going and going, didn't it?
it did.
Yeah, he's inside circle for his birdie look.
I think that took everything.
Yeah, putting the onus on the rest of the group now.
I was like, Dave, we'll just put it to the corner, lay it under the basket, take a par. Alright, I guess not.
And special comments today, of course, from Luke Bain, as always on most rounds. So we thank you for your involvement, Luke.
Do you think it's the low skip play or the high play?
Probably high if you want to get left.
I like the low skip to give me a chance. I feel like though that it's like more chance of. I'm going low play. It's all good.
Either or is fine.
Didn't really get much input from Simon there, just sort of went with his own gut in the end. As he executes said low play.
Yeah, it's gone around the back. I'm not sure how deep that is.
Yeah, there is OB back there.
There is.
As we see Blake's disc there. Pretty square onto the green.
Yeah, and you can see what we mean, those viewers at home, about if you look where that cattle loader in the basket is in proximity to that tree, it's a tight line. So it's a tough birdie, and that's why these guys tend to go the roll up. But Blake should have no trouble with this distance and this hyzer. Oh, good grief.
Slams it into the dust.
Lucky there's no cattle being loaded at that point in time, mate. It would have killed one of them.
So we finally get to Thomas's.
So that's, you can see the benefit of Thomas's extra distance there. That's the Mando tree, just in line with the basket now, and he's got a nice, easy approach.
Yeah, it has to be close to 170 at least, maybe even 180 if we're talking meters. Thomas just going with the standstill here.
Something overstable. Get him to the bottom of the loader.
Yeah, he's made that look all too easy. Oh, there's some dubious conversation going on the YouTube chat here. Camels don't have hooves, they have toes.
Yeah, that was why I mentioned it. I'm glad someone picked up on where I was going with that.
And the Molong Windmill reporting. Turns out it does have an account. Giving us some news from the course that the wind is actually picking up.
I'll be interested to see if, and this is a long shot because I don't think it'd be possible.
Gosh, I wish we could stick around tonight. We didn't have to leave.
No long triple Mando, but I wonder if the cattle loader has got an Instagram account or a YouTube account.
I think with that gentle nudge, we might see one as Bain.
Like, how close are you?
I see what you're trying to do here.
Ops with the layup. I'm not sure about that at this point of the tournament. He's 6 strokes off the lead, and I'm just not sure it's the time for conservation.
Well, remember what we said about him, Matty. He's an architect. bit of championship disc golf there from Dave.
Well, yeah, I mean, what it does is ask the question of Tom, are you willing to take it on? Sorry, not Tom, the Big Maple.
The Big Maple. TG, the Big Maple. Oh, and rolls.
Well, now Dave looks like a genius, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And Bainey once again.
Yeah, the two coldest words in disc golf. You again. This time with a bit of added length to the putt. This to save the par. And to stay within 3 of the leader. Little nose up, the wind got under that one, kept it high. I don't think it was too far past the basket.
No, that's not what he needs at this stage of the tournament, is it?
No.
So, yes, Blake.
That's another one taken off.
It is. And Dave Perry just throwing the gauntlet down there to both of those guys. Are you going to take me on?
It's Thomas here looking to minimise the damage, putting for his bogey.
Sticks that. So yeah, bogey, and quite obviously a little unhappy with that.
Yeah, as you would be, and savvy little play there from DP, sitting with the lead, but didn't keep Blake at bay. Only
No,
one stroke
Blake
separating the two at the top.
Yeah, so a stroke between them, and Thomas drops back one, so that's a 2-shot buffer between. A 3-shot buffer, is it? 2-shot buffer between him and Blake. As we move into the back 9, after half the tournament round is done now, Matty. Hole 10, sponsored by Pertec in orange. It's a 150-metre par 4, and it's the most iconic hole. And it has its own YouTube handle, as we found out. Triple Mando hole. It's 150 metres par 4. A window into the twisted mind of a course designer is the name of the hole. And what we usually see is first shot to the middle and second shot through the Mando, if they've got a look at it. Depending on what's going on the card, we may see some players lay up for safety, because we had Thomas and Dave Perry both missed it yesterday on their second shot. So it is a risk, a massive risk. And given the fact that this tournament is so tight at the top, yeah, we don't know what we're going to see. So it's playing out right in front of us, though, guys. So you will get to see.
Yeah, the hole playing pretty difficult in yesterday's round. 4.57, so almost, well, not almost, a full half stroke over par, and only 10% of the field were able to card the birdie on this one. I'm not sure we've seen a birdie on coverage on hole 10 so far this weekend.
I don't think so. But this is the kind of hole. God, that's a big umbrella. That's, you know, you've got to build icon status, Matty, as we mentioned earlier. And this hole does it. It's something iconic, something unique to Molong. If you're into windmills, cattle loaders, and triple mandos, then this is a place for you.
Oh, it's got it all, the Molong Showgrounds, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So that's a 3-shot buffer now to Tom Gilbert. And isolates these two at the top. Blake Houston's going to be off first. And the pressure's mounting on both of these guys now.
Yeah, we're looking at a backhand turn over here from Blakey. Hoping to hold that turn. If it gets through clean and fades back, that'll be really good. Gets caught on one of those smaller trees there. Looks like Dave. I think we saw him opt with the forehand here yesterday.
Yep, looks like he's going for it again.
You're a weapon, man.
Does Luke have money on Dave?
I'm not sure. If you need someone on your card to just yell people's names after they throw the disc, I mean, he's your guy. It's either someone's name or friendly, isn't it?
Just automatic applause. On anything half good from Luke.
We should do it to him. Maybe he's not feeling the love.
As Luke, who really needs to get on his bike here. 6 strokes off the lead.
That one's fading back, and that's a little, yeah, over near the tee pad. That's your target zone, isn't it?
Yeah, that tee pad pretty much sits right in front of the triple mando. There's a low fizzer there from Big Maple.
It's gone a long way.
Yeah, it has.
And that's about in that vicinity.
Troy Barrett just filling us in with some of the action outside the shed, shouting out local legend Kerry in the high vis, controlling the gallery with a quiet please sign.
Yep.
The irony being that Kerry is one of the loudest people in Molong, apparently.
It might be Kerry that we can hear. We can hear a lot of noise talking behind us. It could be Kerry.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't a car alarm. Maybe it was the hollering of Kerry.
So I'm standing on the tee for the next one, and then the buzz just like, we just hears ding, and we turn around, and the buzz sitting underneath, and like, oh, well done, nice bird. And he's like, oh, Mr. Mando. And we're like, what? I don't know how he managed it. But it was like from way back here.
Oh, shit.
Must have just like.
A robust conversation being had
It looked really nice.
by the boys there about hole 10.
Yep. At this stage of the weekend on a tournament like this, everyone's got a story to tell. And no one to tell it to sometimes. They're going to tell it anyway.
Yeah, they are. Who are we approaching here?
This will be Thomas. So he's got a pretty open look at it and looks like a forehand play. There is annoyingly a T sign just behind him for one of the other holes, one of the other layouts. So hopefully that doesn't come into play.
We've got a fantastic angle here from Kyle on T-cam there.
Oh, Thomas.
I hope the viewers at home can hear Bainey
Can hear
as clearly
Bainey, it's
as we
great.
can.
He just gets louder as the tournament goes on. But a
Pure.
comment from the Molong Triple Mando, I'm about to ruin someone's day.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I wonder who it's going to be.
Let's test the
And
Molong.
holds a lot of, believes he holds a lot of power for what is essentially an inanimate object.
Who will be that someone?
Lay up to the mouth there from Blake.
Yeah, threatened by the Molong Triple Mando, and I'm not talking about the goose in the chat. Who we're loving, by the way. Don't stop what you're doing.
So Bainey for his second. What do you think? He's more of a layup man, Bainey.
Like I said, I don't think he's in a position where playing conservatively is of much use to him anymore.
Oh, but that's not too bad, really, is it? It's basically a layup.
Pretty much the outcome you would have had if you did choose the layup, yeah. And Dave, I didn't think he'd gotten so far up, but fantastic off the tee.
Well, we were informed by Bainey pretty quickly when he said, David. So that, I think that's his well done sort of tone.
Yeah, usually indicates a good shot was thrown.
So he'd be trying to get under the basket from here.
And that's a duff.
That is a very, very nervous shot from Dave.
Yeah, so he'll have a putt from the mouth of the Triple Mando.
Yeah,
for
so he'd be
par.
throwing 4 from the mouth. And Blake is here for 2.
And the Molong Triple Mando calling Blake a chicken in chat. Just with,
So,
with the use of an emoji.
you think that is self-preservation by Blake, or getting to Dave's head that if you're going to get ahead of me, you're going to have to do something special?
Yeah, I definitely think there was some gamesmanship at play there. A little bit of chess, if you will.
And it turns out whoever's day was going to be ruined, hopefully not the entire day, was Dave Perry by the Triple Mando.
Yes, and if he misses this putt, he's going to relinquish his lead to Blake, or at least offer a sliver of it.
So that should be a par, it looks like, for Bainey.
Yeah, and the low ceiling of the Mando and the trees behind it just don't really allow for a lofty enough bid there. We saw a few birdies on this hole yesterday, only 3. Shout out to Leith Brody, Ryan Deere, and one of my new favourite players in the MPO field, Clayton Beck, after seeing him on coverage round 1. Thomas puts in his par. Blake will do the same, and all 3 boys getting one back on their leader.
As we sink our teeth further into the back 9, we get to hole 11 as a par 3. It's 140 metres, and you can see how low this ceiling is, all the way up what is called the Boulevard. It's been a contentious choice as a par 3 this weekend, and very, very seldom birdied, I would imagine. But Yeah, player's not having too much trouble with it. Just been a really tough birdie. So it does play slightly uphill as well.
Yeah, we are yet to see a birdie on this hole in the tournament. And I don't think it's an overstatement to say that this is easily the most hated hole on the course.
Should we wait for catch camera or is he still walking? Yeah? Okay.
So we have joint leader now. Joint leaders at the top of the...
Sorry, I just figured out something.
as
on the,
Matty just fist bumps himself.
I figured out
next
something.
to me.
I figured out something with the graphic control, and it saved me a bit of time.
Stand.
Low one that gets to the
Roller.
ground
Nah,
quick.
it's hit a puff of dirt. Is it going to stand up?
That little patch
it
of dirt
curl
there is
around?
treacherous for the roller play on this hole.
It's got him out there, so... Yeah, I mean, Blake and Dave, both 16 down now on top.
Yeah, the boulevard is very, very long uphill. And welcome Reece Shelley-Jones to the chat with a cracking joke. The boulevard of broken dreams.
Yes. Nice little play on words there, RSJ.
I believe it's a Green Day reference.
It is.
As newly tied leader Blake Houston steps up to the tee.
Oh, Blake.
Avoid that dirt.
Low roller from him.
Yeah, you could just see the steam that patch of dirt took out of it. Needs to get out from under there. Yeah, look, that's okay. Centre
Yeah, it's
fairway.
got him up there. It's could be a jump putt.
He might have a jump putt. Hopefully the ceiling is high enough that he can get one off. And a goodbye to you, Cliff. Thanks for tuning in, my friend.
Thank you, Clifffield. Thanks for your input and thanks for joining in and tuning in. Can't believe you don't want another result.
There's Bainey pinballs from one side of the fairway to the other there, blasting a forehand into that rather thick tree on the left. And Dave now
Looks like a roll up.
Dave taking up the rear and getting aggressive.
It's looking like a roller, Matty.
He's got a good angle on that.
Oh, it looks good. Oh, it's fading out now. Oh, he's got...
Yeah, I don't think he'll have a unobstructed look at the basket there, but par looking likely for most of the card. Bainey with a little bit more work to do.
Yep.
And of course we should mention, as the boys trundle up the boulevard of broken dreams, DVM, workwear and embroidery. Not just workwear, but also the emblem you'd like embroidered onto your workwear.
Yep, so they're situated in Orange, so which we know is a major town, 40 minutes from where we're located in Molong, and embroidery service. Also a supplier of quality high-vis safety apparel and workwear.
I wear a high-vis vest when I'm performing my yard duty at school, just so the kids can spot me if any trouble was to go down. So, yeah, if any local schools in the area need some high-vis gear.
And of course, don't forget your sportswear as well.
From DVM?
From DVM.
Okay.
Corporate wear, workwear. Pretty much got everything covered.
Just all the clothes?
All the clothes. All the clothes required by a disc golfer. Workwear, corporate wear, and sportswear. So,
And the clothes required by a disc golfer if they were to have a job interview, which, based on what I've seen around the campsite, isn't a lot of them.
Bainey takes an early tree. Not ideal for him there.
Wonder when the last job interview Bainey had was.
I'm not sure. Bainey gives the interviews.
He's living the dream. We're all jealous. Yeah. He'd probably interview for his caddy position.
No, I feel like you'd just have a conversation with him about it, and then before you know it, you'd just be wheeling his, carrying his bag up the fairway, and you wouldn't really know how you got there.
Just swindled.
Yeah. He's a magnetic man, Luke Bain.
Oozing with charisma.
Yep, as he just flexes a nice, easy upshot.
Yeah, that'll be a bogey there for Bainey on the destructive hole 11.
Will it be? Or will it be a par? Oh, it's par 3, that's right. That's the zone of contention, yes. Now I get it.
Yeah, Dave will have to just flick one around there. Settle for a par at best. Very interested to see if Blake's in a position where he can go for the birdie. He's gone kind of long on that one.
It should be a par, so
He's almost at circle's edge there. That's a mistake, I'm going to call it. Because Blake is in fact putting, but I'd say the percentages are low here of him making this one. Still with Dave, leaving himself with a challenging little putt. Blake
as
might be.
we get our first look about regarding where Thomas's roller ended up.
Yeah, so all eyes on this putt from Dave. It could be a pivotal moment here, Jace. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, that's why I can't speak.
I was wondering, having a stroke or something.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
Not the time you want to throw an airbud.
No. Earbuds is not what Dave Perry needs right about now. And I think you're right. He did put excessive pressure on himself with that upshot and that jump putt.
And this putt no gimme either, Jace. I can feel the tension building vicariously here.
Needs this one. Is an understatement. Yep. Good. Hits the comebacker and unfortunately takes a bogey. On hole 11, as Bainey strolls in to complete his bogey also.
Yeah, so Dave gifting this gentleman the outright
And
lead.
there's the outright lead, ladies and gentlemen. He's been lurking for some time. And Thomas picks up a shot on Perry as well. as we move to the final trimester of this battle, hole 12.
This champion birthing process, national
is
champion.
Technically final hole of the second trimester. Banjo's Dilemma. Left and right options. We saw Blake go left yesterday. Majority of the players will take the right-hand side, but it's probably going to bring the roller into play again. What do you think?
Air shot down the right-hand side is more than enough to get down there and give yourself an approach for the basket. Pretty easily scored hole, this one. If we look at the stats from yesterday, we see it coming in at 3.47, so over half a stroke under par. All the players will be looking to get the birdie on this one, and you might be falling behind if you don't.
Yep. And 200 metres. It's not a massive hole. Distance-wise for a par 4.
That's 3, 3, 4, 4.
And Cliff Field just not easing up on the fluid transfer jokes.
No, he really appreciates it, doesn't he?
I'm going to go watch a YouTube video about fluid transfer when I get home.
We definitely got his attention that way.
This could be his roller disc, as a matter of fact. Sure
It
is.
certainly is.
Eagle ambitions with a play like this.
Oh,
And that's not going to be a good lie under there either.
no, he's run into some agriculture along the way.
Yeah, I think he'll be forced into a standstill shot of some description.
Heads up.
Yep, he's going that left-hand side, and I don't feel the gallery was ready for it.
No, there's some ignorant gallery members off in the distance, and you don't really know whether or not you're ever in the landing zone of a Blake Howson shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the
you could be a long way away. Who knows?
because the options are plentiful with his ability and his distance.
I'm getting nervous about this ending to this tournament, matey. I think we've got a close one on our hands.
We do. It's a 3-horse race currently. As he goes the wide left route, needs that one to curl back pretty dramatically and doesn't. But he'll have a forehand pitch in for his birdie up shot. What'd you call him? The Chief of Chalk? Luke Bain?
The Chief of Chalk, the Chalk Master.
Yeah, I'd say he's a distant hope at 10 under.
He's taking the right-hand route. He's got to move on that. And that's some distance, so that's going to give him a pretty easy second shot in there.
And Dave, who's had a bit of a lull in his play over the last 5 holes, going par, 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 bogey, bogey, really needs to bounce back on what's a pretty simple hole. Blake, on the other hand, is currently 6 through 9. Clean.
He has been. As Dave gets a forehand way out there, so that should hopefully bring some confidence back for him.
Yeah, and a big hello to John McLeod, staying up late in Canada, watching the Aussie Championships. Thank you, John.
Good on you, John.
Oh, wow, we're being spoiled here, guys.
Once again by Sharon Costa, the best TD in the world.
You ready? You ready? You ready for this? Ready for this, guys? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
Thank you.
the
Thank you, Bob Costa.
that's the sound of us being looked after once again by the tremendous TDs and organising volunteer staff at the Molong course for this tournament. They're also on next weekend. The lower divisions are next weekend. We will not be filming and live streaming the lower divisions as as requested by a few MA3 players. I can assure you it definitely will not be happening.
A rainy MA3 event would be pretty hilarious viewing, though, I think.
Yeah, so yeah, if you are travelling or venturing up here to Molong next, or down here, wherever you're coming from, wherever you are in Australia or abroad, I can assure you will be looked after.
Yes, their kindness and their giving nature isn't limited to us two sausages, as as Kyle would say.
We are referred. Actually, we might have just stumbled across our commentary name.
Just the sausages.
Sausages.
I know
Park
Kyle.
sausages.
Kyle would approve.
Park sausages. Pork sausages. Anyway, let's talk about this unbelievable battle we have going on at the moment. This is our leader at 16 under, and this is shot number 2 on his par 4.
I think he's left that a little left.
He has. It'll give him a putt.
Yeah, it's not a huge error. I don't think it's going to cost him too badly, but it does open the door for Dave to reclaim a slice of that lead.
Oh, absolutely. And quite simply, Dave just has to attack now. So Thomas is ready for his second. His roller getting held up in the tree.
Now, is he going flex forehand here or forehand roller?
I reckon flex forehand. Without any release. I have no idea where that is.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that ended up, that shot. But with some cards almost completing their final round of the tournament, I might just check in and go around the course. Got Dan Frost at 4 under. Ollie Webb at 5 under. Currently the hot round, Ollie Webb.
So some scores coming in.
There's Dave with a really important upshot here.
Yeah, well, he's in a circle.
And that's that testing range that
It
he
is. It's going to be a putt off.
failed with last hole.
Now we should, MA1. The MA1 division is run and done. And a shout out goes out to Liam Brunelli Brundex.
MBB.
LBB. So he has won the MA1 division by 3 strokes over Cade Ashton and Bryce Winchester 1 shot further back. So well done, Liam Brunelli Brondex, or the hyphen as we like to call him. FA1, as previously mentioned, was won by Kirsten Murray,
Muzza.
and in second place was Kyrie Kubikini. That's a good name.
There's a lot of good
It's a cracking
names
name.
in Australian disc golf.
And Kubikane, I'm being told. Still a good name.
Yeah, it is.
And Sam Ockerby in third place. So 1 on 2. You ladies.
His second shot. Circle.
As a dust storm seems to be kicking up around the goat shed here. Blowing the door off the place.
Things are getting hectic.
The heck? Hope it doesn't damage our starlings sitting outside the goat shed there in the sun. Did you see that? It's like a
I
little-
did.
it's like one of those miniature tornadoes that almost ripped the annex off of our camper van
So this
yesterday.
is a big putt in the context, matey.
Sorry, I'm frightened. Dial back in here.
So Blake for a long birdie look.
Okay.
So Dave with an opportunity here. An opportunity to tie it all up again.
Yes, one of the most important parts of the tournament upcoming here for Dave. Really needs to bounce back after the fault on the last green. And some people celebrating our drinking and commentating in the chat. Loving the energy in the chat, guys. Keep it up. We thrive
It's
on your
just a
interaction.
matter of staying cool. It's got nothing to do with the alcohol content. As the nation holds its breath for Dave Perry's birdie putt.
Yeah, there's another opportunity.
There's another nervy putt from Dave.
An opportunity drop there from Dave, and he has to shake this quick because we are running out of holes.
We are. Fortunately, he can limit the damage there to be just the same as where he started. The holer.
Now, if Bainey makes this, he's 5 shots off of Blake.
Oh, if you think I'm ever going to write this man off, I'm never going to. It doesn't matter how many holes are left. Oh,
And that was a bit pokey, wasn't
that
it?
was very unbane.
So for a hole that's playing over half a stroke below par, we're not going to see one birdie.
Oh, I would say putting is going to be the first thing affected by that extreme heat out there, and these guys are going to be feeling it by now.
Yeah, they will be.
You know, they're 12 holes in, and they're playing in the hottest part of the day in the Australian sun. So,
Yeah, literally mentally
draining.
melting the mental game away.
As Blake fires his par putt into the chains.
Yeah, so
The hole 18 Island has now got a
welcome to the
YouTube
chat.
account. So welcome, hole 18 Island. Someone's having some great fun with this, and I'm loving it.
I would like to have a drink with that individual after the round is
Molong,
over.
this golf course literally coming to life right in front of our eyes.
If you can, hole 18 Island, stop by the shed, show your face.
Yeah, tell us who you are, because you need to be congratulated. We'll be back very soon.
As we return here, hole 13 is a par 3. What looks to be a pretty difficult fairway to navigate is actually made pretty simple by players of this ilk with the incredible power. Not the hardest hole to score on. You can pretty much ignore the flight the drone took, that flyover, as all the players go over and around the fairway with the big hyzers to access the green that way.
Yep. It takes a lot of power to do that, Matty. It takes a lot of power. Yeah, what sort of foods do you eat for power?
Oh, chicken, eggs, red meat, just anything rich in protein, I guess.
Any
Yourself?
fruit? Oh, a lot of fruit.
Look, I'm not a huge fruit guy. I don't like the texture, but I love my berry varieties.
Berries.
Berry varieties.
Yep. Which we've been through, and that is a massive shot from Thomas.
All right, Thomas putting the pressure on his
So-
competitors there.
And he's sun smart thinking there, putting from the shade. So he's doing it all at the moment, Thomas, and he's definitely not out of this conversation.
Not at all. He's only 2 strokes off the lead with 5 to play. Sorry, 6 to play. God, my simple maths is bad, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the third trimester.
We have entered the 3rd trimester.
So Blake Houston pushes send on his disc. Oh.
Do not hit your head on the way up, young man. What a shot
And
in
what
these
more can we
circumstances.
possibly say about that?
Yeah, those kind of shots
He
just
has
commentate themselves, really.
No idea how close that is.
As Bainey applauds that fantastic shot there from
I
Blake.
mean, these guys have got to... Dave Perry's got to throw after that.
And in the context, yeah, some weight will be heaped upon his shoulders.
As yeah.
I think one day we need to get a mic on Bainey.
I don't think we need one.
He is good with voice projection, you're right.
Yeah, so obviously, Dave, having seen that that's probably a very good shot from Blake, has the berries to be able to do it.
Hillside Harvest sponsoring hole 13 as Dave. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yep. Come in. Go in the basket.
That's a great response from
Yes,
Dave.
he's right there with him.
Really good response.
Yep. So these two starting.
What's going on there? Someone
I
just throw a
don't know.
chalk bag at Dave and he was unflappable in his response, wasn't he?
Yep, so these two starting to... Oh, is that Tanya Bean on the bag again?
She never stops.
She never stops.
And speaking of those that don't stop, ADG, their ongoing work and support and just everything they do to bolster disc golf in this country. Obviously,
Oh, the president's just joined the chat. there.
yeah, and that's what reminded me. Huge thanks to the body that funds the coverage for the FPO and MPO division.
And this is their major. This is their grand final, so to speak.
Their pinnacle event, yep.
In terms of what they do. And, you know, it goes without saying, well, it completely goes without saying, that we would not be here doing this, being able to deliver this product to you, wherever you're watching at home, without the help and the backing, the financial help of the ADG. So we are forever in debt to what they do for disc golf in Australia, for what they do for this tournament, what they do in general, and what they've done for Park Media. So, yeah, we extend that, and we hope you all show your appreciation when you can and where you can to the members of the ADG. And the ADG is an organisation, Matty.
Yeah, and if you want to give them a follow on the socials there, they'll keep you up to date with all the disc golfing action in Australia. They've got a Facebook and Instagram. There's another limp putt from Bainey. I don't know how to explain this.
Yeah, it's just not Luke Bain we're seeing
current slump.
putt at the moment. It's just not...
And with that miss, I'm happy to put a line through his name in terms of his chances of winning. Ask Gilbert to stay in touch. Really needs this one.
Yes, the big maple with a big birdie there.
The go-go gadget arms there, may as well have just dropped that one in. Seeing him in the flesh,
He's a long man.
He's a lean man
Yeah,
too.
he's very lean and very long.
That's why when I made the he wouldn't have had any problems fitting into that Paddy Robertson jersey earlier. That wasn't a that wasn't me, body shaming Pat.
As Dave.
That was me speaking to how lean and look. There's no body fat on Thomas.
I think that's a wonderful advertisement for Pat. The shirt doesn't look too big for Thomas. I think Paddy's in great shape.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying.
As a drop in birdie for Blake, and their scores stay the same. So all three leaders, all birding hole 13, and it could not be any closer. As I said, it cannot be any closer as we go to the worst hole on the entire course, Matty. Jesse's Escape, named after a female bushranger in the area, Jessie Hickman, I think it was.
Good memory, yes, it was.
Yeah, must have been absolutely terrifying as a bushranger, because this hole is equally as terrifying. 285 metres, it's a par 5. There's OB right, which has some trees and foliage in front of it, and OB left is completely unguarded. It's very narrow. It's sponsored by Pertec, and it looks like some form of fluid transfer hose when you look at it like that, doesn't it?
Now that you mention it.
So you're expecting, we've seen rollers on day 1 and 2 from Thomas. We're obviously expecting again.
I mean, it does give him, not many of us, it does give him an eagle opportunity, and not many of us good old regular humans. He did have the eagle putt yesterday, couldn't make it, as we see Tanya giving Dave quite a thummy little massage there. Getting in nice and deep to the traps, and maybe even the muscles surrounding the scapula there, subscapularis, etc.
Matty is a PE teacher, not a hydraulic fluid technician, so
I had to show I've got a knowledge base in some area.
apart from just Air Bud.
You and I have got to get together and watch that franchise.
Yep. So Thomas Gilbert will be, and you can see your leaderboard on the left of the screen there. There is a shot between, and we have 5 holes to go.
Correct, Jason. The tension just continues to build, and I'm loving it.
Oh, it's high.
Don't like that. Come on. This is
Oh,
It's too far right.
yeah, that's not the line he hit the first 2 days.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it was able to penetrate that group of bushes there, but yeah, that's a mistake from Thomas. Par could still be in play. We see Blake. Yeah, if we're going to see any score separation for the remainder of the round, it's going to be on this hole.
This tee shot, absolutely crucial. Keeps it right. And that is a safe play from a championship leader, that I would say at the moment.
All right, important tee shot here for Dave. You see a nice little gallery has formed back there. Don't you recognise anyone back there?
Atticus Ariston on the left.
Currently wearing one of his hats. One of my favourite pieces of Australian disc golf paraphernalia.
People littered down the OB as well.
And Dave going with a slower speed disc there for safety.
Yeah.
He doesn't want anything silly to occur here. Bainey.
Bainey with his flex forehand.
Yeah, forehand's a good play here, ensuring that you move away from that left side OB, and that's fine over there. Yeah, so Jesse's escape. Jesse being a female bushranger, and then you tried to claim that bushranging was a vocation, and you actually received some support for that.
And I'm sticking with it. You know, the role of the bushranger has changed somewhat in the last 200 years. I'm not going to deny that.
Did bushrangers get annual leave?
I don't know because they were sole traders.
Sole traders.
Yeah, sole traders. So they ran their own business. They worked as a single operator sort of type setup. So in a lot of cases, they didn't have to pay tax or GST. So
Yeah,
it was quite a lucrative.
because the GST was a thing in the
it was a killer.
1930s.
It was a killer. So look, it was a job. Kept many people in work.
I'm still not subscribing to this bushranging was a
Okay.
job thing. It was a crime, an organised crime. I'm sure if they could shut down the whole racket, the bushranging racket, they would have.
There was no ACCC back then, so you know that's the way Australia built. I mean, founded by convicts, built on convicts, Matty. So of
Okay.
course, you know, what did they expect? They're all going to go on the straight and narrow after they just got deported to the other side of the earth.
'Twas greener pastures, wasn't it?
Apparently.
A wonderful land.
So.
Blake here throwing two.
Unfriendly, apparently, Bain. Once again, special comments rolling in from Luke Bain out on course, who doesn't, believe it or not, doesn't have a microphone.
Yeah, I shouldn't laugh at a moment like that, but when you hear Bainey's commentary from the course, it does bring a bit of humour to the situation for me.
And John McLeod, I will read this out because he's gone deep here with a multi-layered joke, and that is massage on the course, PDGA rule infraction. 167.2 sub 5 stroke penalty for misplacing his disc. Oh, it's a back joke.
One I can relate to.
Yes, me too. So thank you, John, for that hard work.
Yeah, speaking of bad backs, shout out to my guy Jack Lemon. We had a robust conversation about the slipping of discs, and he's been recovering from a serious one. So we hope he gets better soon. He's back out playing.
I haven't got much hope for a trusty back when your last name's Lemon. You're basically a second out of the box. Shout out to Jack. We love you, mate.
As this looks good, and to capitalise on Blake's error. Oh yeah,
That's great. That is great.
yeah. Clearly has a defined game plan for this hole, and birdie very much in play for Dave. A very rare birdie.
My palms are just getting sweatier and sweatier, matey, because the more time we run out of here, the closer this battle seems to get. And I hope wherever you're all joining in around the world that you're enjoying it as much as we are. You're enthralled as much as we are.
Yeah, it doesn't get much bigger than this when it comes to Australian disc golf, guys.
No.
And thank you for watching Umpthing Different Bosch. Is he drunk when he made that username? What's that?
Donor, Navy over the top, stable.
And Hootie without the blowfish chiming in on the bushranger debate.
Yes, minus the blowfish. I think it's profession. As a profession, and it was a profession, but as a profession, it's kind of dead, Hootie. So, as are TAFEs, I believe. So, flexes around that corner, Bainey. Yeah, unfortunately, due to the Australian media, bushranging was met with a whole lot of negative stigma, I think.
Yeah, a bit of pushback from the public.
So, Look, they say trends roll around every couple of generations, so maybe it'll come back.
Well, with the cost of living crisis putting the pressure on a lot of Australian families, still not really sure what bush ranging entails.
It's highwaymen. That's another name for it.
Yeah, are they stopping what used to be maybe carts and carriages?
Rich people's coaches, yes. If you were travelling by a coach, that was pretty obvious that you had money because you had 6 horses drawing it along the highway. And the other thing that makes travelling by coach makes you like a sitting duck is the fact that they don't go all that quick. So a single bushranger who was quite good at riding a horse could have, and a gun. I mean, it's amazing what you can do with a gun. We've gone deep into this, but we're just wondering if Thomas has finished.
He spent enough time in the bush to almost consider himself a bush ranger. As he tucks back in.
Yeah, so this hole causing a great a great deal of havoc in all divisions over the weekend. But just to recap on the other divisions as they've all finished now. MP40, I don't think I really out. Michael Yu pretty much led from go to woe.
Big Yui.
Yep. And he beat Chris Finn and Ryan Johnson. And our boy Darren Stay-Smith in equal third as well. So well done, Michael Yu. A score of -2 for the entire tournament. So very, very clean. Indeed.
And to draw back to a more serious note here, the 30-second rule in disc golf. Does it actually exist? So we see the flick roller there from Thomas just to get out into the clear.
I don't think it does, Matty.
I mean, felt like a minute and a half, maybe even 2 minutes there.
Yeah, but the conjecture is, the bone of contention is, when does the time start?
Yeah.
Correct. There needs to be a more...
That's the hardest part about this rule.
Yeah.
Is,
there needs to be a more defined starting point for the 30 seconds.
you can stand a metre behind your disc and sort of see what shot you want to throw while you're making up your mind, and the time's not counted until you step up to your disc.
Yeah, I think there's a level of courtesy that that makes people hesitant to call the 30-second rule. But I don't know. I'm just posing the question.
And I'm not going to say the number, but we have reached our highest people watching number. I don't know. Just couldn't think of what to call it.
The highest
number of people watching, I suppose, is just what you call it. There's no special name for it. At this point of the round, and that's going to hurt Blake Houston. So an OB stroke and a tree hit now.
It's already 4 for Blake, and he's still got a lot of work to get up this fairway. And Dave is sitting very, very pretty. Well, Tom will be throwing 3 here.
The 3 on the left, the bush?
Yeah, like the big
And from about here, you'd say par is the most likely play, but
Look,
he does have
I
freakish
think he's
talents.
going to have a look at the basket. Look, he's walking off. So that suggests to me that he's looking at the possibility of a 4.
Yeah, he's definitely not here to fornicate with spiders, especially being too... I hope he's familiar with that term. He knows he's 2 shots back with only a few holes to go, and yeah, I think aggression is the order of the day here.
Yeah, viewer count. Thank you, Phil Armishaw, for recognising a man in complete distress, and it just continues to go up as I report that. So we send an enormous amount of love in the direction of all you guys, every single one of you that's tuned in to this stream, and it is a stream.
Yeah, Phil Armishaw just correcting you there, just probably called a viewer count. Highest ever viewer count.
Yep.
No, come on, dude.
Yeah, not getting the left movement he wanted with that one.
No, it's not going to be a tough shot. It's just not the shot he had in mind. He'll still be able to pitch up and take a par pretty comfortably, but I think, you know, hole 14, when you're 2 shots behind and you're an accomplished high-level player like Thomas is, I don't think you're thinking about just collecting pars, are you?
No, you're not. And we're here with the leader of the event. He's about to throw 5. I think he's just weighing up whether or not he should go for the basket.
So this is 5th, you said?
This will be his 5th.
My palms are getting sweatier and sweatier, Matty.
Imagine what it's like out there in the heat, under the pressure. Okay, so he's going with the forehand, which to me says he's playing a little more conservatively. And thank you, Zane Brock. You're probably our kind of people too.
Oh, that's a good amount of flex. That needs to pull up because there is OB behind.
Yeah, that's okay. So we might have a bogey putt, a long
Where's the
bogey
basket?
putt. Yeah.
Okay, yep. Thank you for that Vogel Ogle, as we call it, when our stand-in catch cam operator gives us a great shot. His name is Neil Vogel, and we are forever in his debt for the help he's given us this weekend.
Absolutely, we are. Now, Dave's only thrown 2 shots here.
Yeah, I forgot he was playing.
Dave has only thrown 2 shots. He has pretty clear access to the basket. Can set himself up for a very, very hard birdie. And Blake could be carding. Well, I'm thinking he's going to card a double.
That's huge.
It's a 3-stroke turnaround.
That's huge. But, you know, Dave still has to play at this hole in a respectful way.
There's Luke throwing 4 here.
Oh,
What a shot.
sensational shots. So he'll score himself a par.
A commendable par on this.
Yeah, I
Doozy.
cannot quite believe that Tanya Bean is out there caddying again. She is an absolute Wonder Woman, and she used to be living down in Victoria, so she feels a special connection to all the Victorian players. And she's like a mother to us all, isn't she?
She is. More like the cool auntie that lets you
Yep.
drink your parents' booze.
Lets you swear and
yeah.
say bad things and laughs at you. And so yeah, we always enjoy having Tanya around. But she's moved to Queensland now, so it's always good to see her and I suppose Amesy at at tournaments. But I can't believe she's out there caddying. That's about probably the 5th round she's caddied for this tournament, as Dave throws 3 and puts himself just outside bullseye. So
Yeah, things are about to be turned on their head.
oh, they
here.
certainly are. This is it, and this is the exact sort of tournament that we all wanted to see. 3 guys just going at it. And it's going to bring Thomas back into the mix too.
It will, and especially after last year where Bainey sort of just ran away with it.
He did. He ran rampant.
There wasn't a lot of theatrics last year, but boy oh boy, we're more than making up for it in 2024.
Now I'm going to do my once a day check-in on my boy Austin D'Alessandro and see. He's finished at 1 down, 992 round. So that's pretty good for the Oz dog. He'd be happy with that.
He will be, yeah.
He's sitting in 11th at the moment, which is pretty good from where he was.
Yeah, Thomas looking to get up and down for his par with this shot.
That's right up there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be a par for Thomas.
like right knee with maybe even half a foot in front.
Okay, now Blake, to stem the bleeding. No, Dave's pretty much in position to card the birdie. This putt will be the difference between a 2 or a 3-stroke swing between our leaders.
So this is for double, you said?
No, this is for bogey.
This is for bogey.
Yeah, not to be.
No. So Dave to walk up to his disc for the first time and see it's just it's testing length, isn't it, Matty?
For who?
Well, it's not gimme length, is it?
It's somewhere in between gimme and testing.
You throw some tournament nerves in there and some sweaty palms. Yeah, these flies really starting to shit, Thomas.
He needs to get one of those hats with the corks that dangle.
And nails it. So does the best he can do.
To reclaim the lead. Dave Perry for birdie.
Oh, I can hardly even watch this.
I can see you're visibly distressed.
quality finish there from Dave Perry. So big shake up on the scorecard.
Huge.
Yeah, still need Blake to finish. So it finishes with what we believe to be a double, Matty.
Yeah, I think so. We'll drop him down into equal second.
And probably a par for Bainey, by the look of it.
Yes, and only 4 holes remaining. Hole 15, par 3 into this narrow little window. The hole's called hide and seek, and for very obvious reasons. The basket hidden amongst this collection of trees here. We see some players go with a high hyzer coming in from the right side, just trying to play a bit of plinko on the way down, but the real disc golfers try to punch through that gap.
Yeah, I think we saw forehand dominant players like Bainey, maybe Blake go out to the left and sort of attack the basket from there. So there is a couple of preferred lines, but it's birdieable, but it's a tough one. Par seems like most obvious option here.
Yeah, if you want to go that left-hand side, there is an opening, but it's kind of tricky to get yourself close enough to the basket.
So there's been a big shake-up on the leaderboard, and Dave Perry's retaken his 2-shot lead over both Blake and Thomas, but they're both circling.
Yeah, no
Slide
birdie.
under.
No birdie there for Dave.
I'm just not sure how far that slid under, Matty.
Yeah, he'll be hoping it pushed through to a clearing, but I don't think so. Those trees are pretty thick.
Should be an easy forehand flick out of there on a knee. So Bainey went left yesterday. More chalk.
I mean, it's got to be sweaty out there.
Man, looks like he's going for the middle today. And I'm not sure how far he's got through as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to get down the gap. I think I fade too much.
So Thomas with a 2-shot deficit. You going to try something high here, do you reckon? He's got a putter in hand.
He
so-
did go straight at it yesterday, yeah.
Is it high? Is he going to get through?
Oh. Does filter through
And he's got himself a makeable putt there.
yeah, he does.
Ogle there, giving us perspective.
Yeah, probably 12 metres for his birdie, but I think he's got the CTP on this one so far. All right, Blake, really important to recover from that previous hole. Needs to
He's
get
going
this
to try
one
and
turning.
go underneath as well. And he hasn't hit anything there. He's popped out the other side.
So it has filtered through, and yeah, he'll have a putt.
Yep, it's probably just a par as well. The birdies are tough here, but yes. So the Molong RSL, the one thing I'm disappointed about in our time here in Molong is we've been that busy with commentary and all sorts of other things that we never got to Molong RSL for a meal.
Look, there's always the possibility of stopping by on the way out when we
Well,
leave.
there's an idea.
When we leave for home tonight, yeah, we'll need a feed for the long drive home.
We will need a feed, you're right, and I've heard that's the place to go, is the Molong RSL.
I've heard the same thing.
Funny about that. So, there's your leaderboard on the left. I feel like Dave Perry's going to be first off here, so he'll just be trying to clean up for par.
Yeah, probably having to channel his inner bush ranger with this lie.
Yeah, it's a big tree, isn't it?
Yeah, it's expansive. As we hear some yahooing from the hole 18 gallery,
Yep.
just outside the goat shed here.
Yeah, it's obviously a few disc golfers, or their good time buddies out there, just hooting and hollering. Yes, Dave. That'll be a simple par, drop-in par for Dave.
Yeah, can Blake and Thomas get one back on Perry here with some long putts? See who's that Bainey.
And another skidder from Bainey. Here is Kingsley Flett, our photographer.
Yeah, he gets around, doesn't he?
He does. He's ADG official photographer, from what I understand. And he's been around the disc golf scene a long time. And if you play a major tournament, you are likely to have him sitting just off the tee pad photographing you at some point, whether you like it or not. And also filtering through some information about, player interviews and stuff like that, and some great disc golf stories. So,
Whew, that would have shaken things up.
so yeah, that was Kingsley on screen, and obviously everyone around appreciates everything he does. There he is in the background there, getting a shot.
We have Thomas here, putting to bring it back to a one-stroke deficit.
This is to keep Thomas the pressure on.
Gosh.
Oh, he called that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, despite the low ceiling too, just punched it in.
As soon as he let go of that, I'd love to see that again. He called that straight away.
Yeah, maybe get a replay there from the boys in the control room. What a clutch
Because that
putt.
is a clutch putt. Yeah, look at this. Oh, that's a different replay. Here it
Here
is.
we go. That is
Look at that.
brilliant. And the confidence strut in.
Yep. So he's not going away. That's for sure. Definitely not going away.
There's you and me, Jace.
You and me that currently only have 3 holes to go in this tournament as the boys all tap in pars.
Yeah, 3 more to go, Jace. Hole 16 upcoming.
3 to go, Matty.
Yes, par 3, 109 metres, the local drop. Pretty straight shot here with most of the safety in terms of treelessness being out on the left-hand side. If you've got the distance with it, the forehand flex is probably the preferred option for the right-hand player. Backhand lines do bring in the low-hanging trees on the right-hand side of the fairway.
Yeah, it does drop off, and it is an elevated basket, so putting can be treacherous. Treacherous is the right word. But probably a pretty tough birdie, you would say.
Well, let's just look at the stats from round 2.
Well, that'll tell us.
Hole 16, playing just under par at 2.97. We did see 6 of the MPO competitors get this one yesterday. 63% par rate says there's not a lot of scoring separation on this one.
So they are out there.
Yeah, I think most of the if we do see any scoring separation on this hole, it'll come from a birdie.
Yep, we'll look. I mean, it's that time of the tournament. There's 3 holes left, Matty, and there's a shot between our top 3, so hasn't quite updated yet.
Yeah, you can see a lot of applause for Thomas in the chat after that massive putt.
It was, and that's a pressure putt that keeps you in the conversation. He's sitting equal second, but it's been about for the last 6 or obviously holes. It's been about Blake and Dave, hasn't it? So
It has, and it's we're going to see how Dave, who's been in this position before and unfortunately failed, deals with the pressure of having someone of Thomas's caliber chasing him down, because he wouldn't be used to that.
no, and a guy who, from what I've seen, handles pressure really, really well. I mean, that's how that's how you get to that caliber of player, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about handling the mental pressures in the big moments.
So we'll see how he handles 16.
Yeah, looking like the forehand flex play here.
As he's one shot off the pace.
Yeah,
It's pin high,
fading out a little early.
but she's inbounds.
Slight downhill on that putt. Will he or won't he run it?
I think he has the benefit of being able to wait and see where Blake goes and whether or not he has to make that call. See where Dave goes, whether or not he has to make that call. This is where those tactics really start to come in. And if you're the closest to the pin, sometimes the pressure can actually be on you.
Dave. Needs it to get over the crest.
How far has that travelled? If it's got over the crest, then it should have travelled okay.
He doesn't look overly stoked with that shot.
So Bainey flexes one out there, which I think is the shot of the bunch. Yeah, it's rolled a little long, but you could tell that was online as soon as he let go.
Yeah, you don't mind going long on this hole, leaving yourself with an uphill putt coming back.
So Blake's going to try and flex one straight down the middle.
Yeah, what a topsy-turvy affair we have here. Blake now sitting in third, 2 shots off the lead. Big shot for young Blake here.
Get up.
No, the disc was too flat
So
to the
Dave
ground.
and Blake, the gentle rise that's on this hole is not super visible, but it's caught him out there.
Yes, and Rosnay Organic, Jace. What can we share about Rosnay Organic with our viewers?
Organic, no preservative wine, Matty. Absolutely none. Absolutely no preservatives to speak of. And couldn't have put this tournament on, of course, without their help as a sponsor. So thank you, Rosnay Organic, and we love what you're doing. We love what you're about, and we love that you sponsored this tournament and hole. And look, it's named Local Drop, so it's even named after you. As Dave approaches for his second. Yeah, gives himself a putt. It's not a simple one, but Matty, I believe you've wrangled a bottle of Rosnay Organic Shiraz.
Yes, I finally got my hands on one. If we could just have the boys in Bendigo cut back to us so we could showcase the beautiful bottle here. We're looking at a Grenache Shiraz Morvedre, Morvedre. Never read that word before, I'm sorry, but as you can see, they're preservative-free, local wine found in the in and around the region. We'll have to grab a bottle for ourselves on the way out,
absolutely,
Jace.
mate. Absolutely. So yeah, you can see it on display there.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could find a BYO place on the way home tonight. Maybe crack it, just to
We just keep that one. I don't think anyone knows we got it.
take the edge off a long trip. No, thanks again to Rosnay for sponsoring the event, and yeah, can't wait to try one
Couldn't
of
do it
your
without you guys.
local
So
drops.
yeah, local drops, absolutely. As we return to the coverage now, as Thomas has got his, and now this is a pivotal in today's round, because I mean, I can't see why he's not going to run this.
Yeah, and finally a little bit of breeze.
Dave
seems-
hasn't got, that's Dave's disc there in the white, in that dark green patch. So it's not like he's got a tap in.
No, and a little looks like there's a little bit of a left to right here Thomas has to work with.
Oh, what about the drama?
Yeah, there was no holding back on that putt. And I thought,
Oh, it wasn't far off.
no, and maybe the wind just died there. I thought with the slight left to right, if he put it on hyzer, it might have pushed it down enough. But
Yeah, I think he knew it was a little too high, and that's he was just hoping it'd drop.
there's Bainey here.
Reset there for Bainey from 9 metres.
No, we're not getting paid in wine, just to address the question in the chat there from Umthing Different Bosch.
Oh, short from Bain.
As the TDs have just informed us, we will be getting paid in wine.
Okay.
That wine that I held up to the camera for everybody to see.
That is sensational. So once again, the TDs of the RPM Australian Disc Golf Championships just outdoing himself. So but this is a big part for par.
It sure is.
Oh, I can hardly watch, Matty.
It's tense. But it's like a car crash to me. I can't look away.
Oh, makes it.
And with confidence
Ice
too.
in his veins.
And with confidence.
Oh, this is the tension that keeps us coming back to this sport, isn't it?
Yeah, and Dave looking like he's on the cusp. 2 holes to go.
He's in the box seat, Matty. He's in the box seat. As the boys... Blake with a par. Bainey with a par. And Thomas Gilbert with a par. So completing the par frame there for the boys. No change in the score. And they say that Thomas Gilbert in Canada is iconic, Matty. But there's nothing more iconic than a windmill out in Molong. And when you're in reference to this course. So this is the Windmill Glade. It's a par 4, 197 metres. You'll see it just in front of the tee pad on the right-hand side. There's a number of lines they're taking. A little bit of a drop-off towards the basket. But some very, very tight OB, and the right-hand side being the opportune place to attack. As you can see from that graphic, it's high risk, Matty.
Yeah, and if I refer back to the way that Hussey played it in the FPO round today, just very safely, hyzers to the right, hyzers back up. Obviously, she doesn't have the distance that the boys in the MPO division do, but there's nothing stopping them from going backhand hyzer, pretty safely up that right-hand side. A little bit more risk on the left-hand side just due to the precarious placement of the basket itself on what I've been calling a peninsula surrounded by...
And you do call it a peninsula, you're right.
Yeah, surrounded by a decent amount of OB as Thomas lines up here.
There's the big sky roller, is it? Off it goes. Oh, look at this.
What?
Oh!
The
Oh!
expletive. Oh,
What are we watching here?
oh, I don't have the words, Jace. I'm going to need you to take this one. I don't have the words. I'm speechless.
Did that just park 2 metres behind the basket?
I'm speechless. It's a
That was unbelievable.
197 metre hole. I'd need to see a bird's eye view of that shot to conceive it.
We might, once these four guys have teed off, I think we need to get a replay of that if our producers can possibly do it. So once these guys have teed off and they start walking down the fairway,
I'm blown away.
that is amazing. And I think all the viewers watching at home would like to see it again as well. As Dave, that looks like a flex more than a roller. Oh, it's OB. Oh, it's OB.
This is a critical moment now.
Oh, no. Oh, it's gone OB.
What, did he just overturn it?
I think it was more of a flex, so it just kept flexing out to the right. I'm not sure if it was an intended roller or not.
In any case, it's a mistake, and Thomas is
It's a
parked for the eagle.
Big mistake, Matty. As Bainey gets out of there safely.
Yeah, high drama here on hole 17. Thomas playing one of the best shots I've ever seen, especially considering the circumstances.
And over those trees, like, what are you thinking? What sort of person thinks about playing that shot over
As
those
someone
trees?
in the chat said yesterday, he just sees the game differently.
Yep.
But it looks like Blake's going for something.
I think Blake's going the other way, so he's going on the left-hand side.
He's going for something pretty ambitious here as well. And don't worry, Turnbull, we will have the replay on Thomas's shot momentarily as Blake goes sky high. And we might try to get that replay up now.
Yeah, this is, so those of you interested, because I feel like it's going to be a big moment, if we can. This was the shot that is going to be the most talked about. It's a big Annie Sky roller. You know, it's a 197 metre hole, and look at this thing go.
Well, it's a cut roller. The degree of difficulty on that shot
And
is
here, look
immeasurable.
how tight that OB is.
Has he actually gone long OB?
I'm not sure now. Okay, I think he's just in. I think he's in bounds by about half a metre.
I mean, either way, you'd think he's going to gain some strokes on Dave here. He's going to get the birdie,
And we should shout out,
minimum.
Matty, we asked for that replay, and we got it exactly where we wanted. This live stream in Park Media and the live stream of the Australian Disc Golf Championships, none of this would be possible without a company called Living It Live and two guys, Toph and Amos, who are the guys behind the scenes. You don't hear them, but we do in our ears. And they are the ones that send you all the vision. Cue it up and decide what you see. And they are just as important members of this live stream as any. So from all of us at Park Media, and probably I'm going to say on behalf of all the disc golf fans tuning in, thank you very much, guys. And we absolutely couldn't do it without you. So
We
yeah,
literally-
big part of it.
Literally could not do it without them. And they cover all sorts of sports and activities, orienteering, ultimate frisbee,
Mountain biking, I think.
mountain biking, I think some water skiing events as well.
Yeah, so we've maxed out our most viewership by an absolute mile. So as Bainey forehands one in, and he's just OB there.
That's the danger with going that left-hand route, I guess.
So you can see how close that OB is around the basket.
And he may have gone out earlier than where his disc
Up here somewhere.
finally landed. Yeah. Yeah, crossing that early section of OB as opposed to the OB that flanks the left side of the basket. No, it's wonderful to see Toph and Amos, and well, I guess they're the only people involved with Living It Live. Get in cahoots with ADG to bring us live coverage. It's not something that's been done for a long time in Australian disc golf.
Troy Barrett with we all look forward to seeing you guys for the MA3s next week, the European Cricket League of Disc Golf. That's a great reference.
And a fair comparison.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get back. Get back. Like, get back.
This needs to get back fast.
Oh,
I don't think
it's
it has.
very hard to tell with those. Oh, he's out.
Yeah, and he'll be going back a little bit as well, I imagine. Crossing the OB earlier than what we can see there. But what we're really waiting for here is to see Dave's lie.
Yeah, which looks like he's just gone straight over the fence. He's got 2 metres from that barbed wire, so
Yeah, and might not have that lost disc back for the rest of this round. That grass looks long and thick over that fence. Getting some direction from Thomas there, the big maple.
and all of a sudden, in these points of the rounds, the rules become uber important, don't they?
They really do, as Jade Brady finishing with a turkey and jumping into outright 4th at 13 under for the event, pushing Luke out to 5th.
Yep, strong showing once again from Australia's most consistent disc golfer.
He's had a very consistent 2024.
So Dave throwing 3 here. And attacking from the safe side of the green, but not wanting to leak backside. And if he does, this event is over for him. As simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah.
I mean, Thomas could have, at worst, a birdie here.
And now the goat shed has entered the chat. The goat shed has been personified. It's started a YouTube account and it is chatting to us as we sit within it.
Yep.
I'm not even going to try to understand the physics behind that. I guess if walls could talk, Jace, this is what they'd say in the chat.
As Dave throws now, needs to skip. Oh.
Okay, so that'll put Dave there for 3 and an unlikely par putt with Thomas getting, worst case scenario, a birdie.
Oh, this is a swing. That roller was game changing. If that stayed in bounds, because we still haven't had that confirmed, we're pretty sure it is, but
I think we'll be going to Luke or Blake for the next throw. Some harsh commentary in the chat there. Yeah, I think you do get the 2 meters relief for barbed wire at this event there. Carney Schill. Luke throwing 4. Oh, don't roll too far. Oh, that stayed in bounds. Has Blake played himself out of contention on this hole, Jace?
Oh. He's just in there. This hole has been the separator, doesn't definitely.
Massive putt here from Dave to reduce any damage that will be inflicted by Thomas.
is, I would say,
A floaty hyzer bid isn't out of the question. That should have the disc.
a genuine run. Matty's going OB but misses.
He has to give it a floaty bid. Obviously, he can't risk going OB long. But I think if he just pops a little hyzer up, it will stall out and stay in bounds. As we get the ogle from Vogel there. Ooh, no. Oh, that could be sitting on the precipice, Jace.
Oh, I can't even breathe, Matty.
Oh, my heart's racing. I'm struggling to
Are they
formulate
checking?
thoughts.
Oh, so Thomas's is OB. Well, that changes everything.
Yeah, so we won't get the eagle.
So he'll be throwing for birdie.
But you think he'd be putting in a pretty easy birdie. And going by his shirt, a breeze has actually picked up, which I'm sure in this heat the players aren't too unwelcoming of. And we're not the only ones feeling the pressure. That is a gift.
I don't know if I can put up with this for till the end, Matty. Does that tie things up if Dave makes this?
That is a gift for Dave, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a massive let-off, isn't it?
Blake gets in for his bogey. Probably dashing his hopes. And Dave now.
So this goes without saying is an absolute must-make for Dave.
Well, he stayed in, so he's going to card the bogey. Thomas will get the par, and we're going to be tied going into the 18th.
Ooh, he hits it. This is about as much drama as I can handle, and I can't sit still on my seat, Matty. As Thomas taps in a par, and Bainey still commentates.
We're going into hole 18, Jace.
Hole 18, Matty.
Notorious.
Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on what I'm doing here, but
Hole 18, notorious for being a birdie or bust hole. That's a pesky little tree you just saw passing on the left-hand side. Guys with the power, though, can push a big hyzer wide, fading in, sticking the landing on the island green that we've been affectionately referring to as the cheesecake slice.
Cheesecake slice.
1/6 of a cheesecake, to be exact.
Yep.
I was just having a look at the scores in round 3 across the MPO division, and there is a lot of birdies and a lot of bogeys. So we couldn't have the stage set for a bigger finish here, Jace.
Absolutely not.
I just need this to happen. The anticipation is killing me.
And if you have a look behind the basket, there will be a fair crowd that is gathered. And I think from memory, Thomas Gilbert was the only one that went for it yesterday. The others might have gone for it, but they didn't get it. OB goes straight to a drop zone, which is a really difficult spot to land on the cheesecake. But have a look at that. Numbers are plenty behind the hole.
Yeah, the heat not deterring anyone here at the showgrounds.
Although they are gathered segmented in the shade quite quite obviously.
Like a group of cattle.
So yeah, that's about 30 metres. That gallery is behind the basket, and they get a straight shot to see. So I'm just going to go out there and say it, Matty. They absolutely have to go for it here.
And Thomas and Dave tied at the top, 16 under. You'd think Blake's out of the race now at 14.
You never know, but Thomas has to go first here. So he gives Dave the advantage. Would you say it's an advantage? I mean, once Thomas lands it on the island, then it's pressure back on Dave.
Yeah, it all depends on the outcome of the shot.
It does, doesn't it?
Okay. So we've seen him do it before. Carded the birdie at the end of yesterday's round. Thomas Gilbert.
And it all comes down to this after 3 days for the Australian Championship.
I like it.
Oh, is he out?
We're going to need a closer
What
shot.
did he land on?
That's a red flag. He got a dastardly
What on
little
earth did he
forward,
land on?
dastardly little forward skip there, and you could hear the crowd's reaction.
So does Dave play it safe now for the par?
Well, Thomas will have a shallow C2 putt for the par. I mean, Thomas will be putting from the island.
I mean, this is Australia's hopes rest on this man's shoulders right now.
He's got to go for it.
This is just huge.
He's got to go for the kill.
He has to.
The opportunity is there. The door is ajar. He just has to walk.
He's got the shot. Get down, get down. Yeah, he's played it safe.
Okay. So he'll still have a birdie putt, albeit an unlikely
He's got
one.
a birdie putt, and Thomas is drop zone for par. So that's some disc golf IQ right there. As the chalk master, who's been a trooper all day.
Yeah, we love watching Luke.
He may as well have a crack. Oh, Luke. That looks good.
Skip in.
Oh,
Great shot, Luke.
oh, that was sensational.
So just to clarify, Jace, Thomas will be going to the drop zone.
Yeah, any OBs off the tee go to the drop zone. They don't throw from. So that's the stipulation of the hole.
Okay.
Any of the OBs after that, I think, just played as normal OBs. But yeah, off the tee is straight to the drop zone.
Yeah, hence the birdie or bust nature of
And I mean,
this
I think
hole.
because Thomas would have quite an easy putt then, wouldn't he?
I mean, the basket is shallow of the green when looking at it from the tee pad, and he did go out of bounds long. Yeah. Blake throws this in.
That's on.
It's absolutely on.
And Blake birdies. Oh,
Out of bounds there
didn't
for
come
Blake.
back. But kudos to the young fella for going for it and creating the drama in the theatre. So it is down to 2 players now. As the whole 18 island is commenting in emojis whether or not people are getting on, has formed a character of its own, has come to life, so to speak.
Yeah, it was a brief cameo from the goat shed in the chat there, and whole 18 Island is back.
So yeah, this is going to take. Oh, have a look at that.
That's cruel, isn't it?
That is nuts. And that is what can lose you a major championship, apparently.
And even if he was just touching a bit of the line there, he'd still be considered OB. The rules are, unlike tennis, on the line doesn't mean in disc golf.
So yeah, I mean, look, Thomas still has got a big drop zone putt. And I would say out of anyone on this card, if anyone can make it. Dave's, Let's have a look at Dave, what he's looking at. He's got the thick part of the island to aim for, but it's a nervy shot.
Yeah, the basket sits in the skinnier portion of the island, and you have to think he's just gonna.
He's got to make this first.
Jump putt one to the left, surely. No real breeze to speak of here. Maybe a gentle right
Just
to
needs
left.
to get on here. He's done it.
He's inside bullseye.
He's inside bullseye.
Just, but he's in.
Nerves of steel. He's got nerves of steel.
Yeah, Blake and Thomas will be going to the drop zone.
One stinking centimeter out of bounds.
You can see the frustration from Thomas there. It was 1 stinking centimetre, you're right.
And glad he's operating in the metric system.
They do in Canada.
They do? Okay.
We're just getting word that both of our cameras have dropped out. We're looking at a frozen screen here in the goat shed. And we're back.
Just in time for this massive putt in the context of this championship. Thomas Gilbert from Canada. The save par.
Oh my God! Liked it out of the hand,
How
tried to
about
will it
the
in.
drama?
Tried to will it in.
Charged in.
Not
What
to
a
be.
competitor he's been, Matty.
Yeah, just not to be in the end there. And oh, he chased it in like he liked it too, and he had the right to.
Whew. Why heart rate needs to come down.
There's Blake here. Needed that one to keep the outright third place, and he'll share it with Jade Brady after all of that.
As the players make their way into the putting circle for the final time for this tournament, and we're about to newly crown a Australian national champion, Matty, and I could not be happier for Dave Perry.
He's finally done it.
As Bainey taps out to the applause of the crowd, that's the way he likes it.
Yeah, outright fifth there for Luke. Really good event. Obviously a deep talent pool here.
And
this
solid
year.
showing once again from this wonder kid who's maturing every day. We have to thank Thomas Gilbert from Canada for making the trip out and treating us to that disc golf. But without further ado, we name, look at that, 2 fists in the air.
It's been a long
Winner
time coming.
of the 2024 RPM Australian Disc Golf Championships for the MPO division, I have great pleasure in saying, Dave Perry from Victoria.
And he's overwhelmed with
Look at
emotion.
him, he's absolutely broken.
You can see what it means to him. I mean, he works so hard, not just on the course, but off the course. He's one of the most professional players we have in the division in Australia.
He's come so close so many times, Matty.
He has, and
He's
he's
come
been in,
so close.
He's been in winning positions before and dropped the bundle, but it hasn't happened today, and especially with the talent that was chasing him down.
And it's not a dry in the house, I can tell you, Matty, including this commentary box.
Oh, isn't it special?
Absolutely special. Absolutely wonderful.
Sharon Costa there.
He hung on and they all came at him. Blake came at him. Thomas came at him with that vicious roller. There was a lot and he just stood there and he copped it and he stayed in it.
God, there's so much to reflect upon in that round. Moments. Just
Yeah, it was too much for me, mate, I'll be honest.
and Flying Aces team member Chris Finn,
It's,
caddy Tanya Bean.
it stirred up all sorts of emotions in me, so yeah. As we just watch him embrace his fellow MPO players.
And he's
Everyone
much
just
loved.
He's much loved.
He's much loved. No one's got a bad word to say about Dave. He's so
And
friendly.
He's so friendly. He's a nice guy. He's a good competitor. He's a fair competitor. And he's just been such a long time coming. He's now a 2024 Australian National Disc Golf Champion for the MPO division, Matty.
And a major winner in the country.
Absolutely outstanding. And you can see what it means to him. It's just, it means the world to him, and you love seeing that in a young guy.
Well, look, he's probably been the country's best player outside of the now retired Dylan Feldman.
Yeah, he's had some close battles with Dill.
Yeah, to not take down a big event like this, people were, you know, describing as, you know, him having a monkey on his back because of it, but that monkey is well and truly off with.
Yep. And bigger things to
huge
come from this. Now you'd have to think, does that open the floodgates? Does that open the doors to a lot more Dave Perry, you know, major wins? It has to. It has to. I mean, this guy's got no ceiling. We've seen what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how far he wants to push his success.
I think he just needs some time to himself right about now. He's just completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, he won't be processing it all just now. It'll take a little bit of time to sink in, but wow, what a tournament.
Absolutely sensational, and I'm glad we're here to cover it. I mean, you can just see how much Dave Perry means and what this win means to everyone in the camp. We've been waiting for this guy to win a major for a long time. We've all wanted to be there when it happens, so we can gladly say that we are.
And that was a scrap.
Oh, it was a scrap.
That was a dogfight at the end of that tournament.
It was, and that's been, people have been critical of him in the past. He hasn't had that ability to scrap and scrounge when things get tight at the back end, but today he just stayed right in it.
Yeah, when he had that putting blunder on the, I believe it was hole 11, the Boulevard hole, it looked like a story was unfolding, and a story that we'd seen.
A familiar story, Matty.
Seen too many times, but he regained composure, and we saw all of the players at the top end feel the nerves today and make the mistakes, and yeah, it was really about who could hold their head above water.
It was. So our final scores are in, and as you can see there, Dave Perry down to the last shot of the day. With a round of neg 2, wins the tournament at 16 under by one shot and one nerve-wracking shot, and like Thomas Gilbert said, 1 centimetre at the end with that shot onto the island. They gave us a hell of a show, those two, and we're thankful for that. Blake Houston was respectable, Matty. Tried his heart out.
He was in the hunt for the majority of the final round, yeah.
Yep, and Jay Brady doing his best work on the chase card, but never disappears and he's never out of it. So further down, Luke Bain, of course, absolute warrior in the Australian disc golf scene. And Chile with a strong round, Ollie Webb, Dan Frost, Adam Rigby and Jeremy Carruthers, who all put in fantastic tournaments for those guys. That just about. Anything you want to say, Matty, about what you've seen here today?
Oh, I don't think I'd do it justice at this point, Jace. What a story, what a tournament, what a player. David Perry, 2024 Australian Disc Golf Champion.
Yeah, as you can see, the players are gathering around there, and it's been a magnificent tournament. And I can't speak or sing the praises highly enough of Kev and Sharon Costa and all the Molong disc golf community for their hospitality, the effort, the time, the preparation that they've gone into for this tournament. And if you are heading up for lower divisions next weekend, you're in for a massive surprise because it is everything as I've described it. Your first time in Molong, Matty?
And have loved literally every second of it. I don't think we've been without smiles since we arrived.
Yeah, it certainly has been that way, and just a general vibe with everyone camping on site. it creates this community vibe around this around the campsite, and it's just amazing. So before we go, we will run through our whole sponsors once again. Disconnection, of course. What more can you say? Reese Valios and the crew there, always doing a massive amount of work. Newcastle Disc Golf for sponsoring Hole 2. Thank you very much. Massive support. Wildflower Cafe, Disc Golf Warehouse, Matty.
The Taupo Classic, or the Torpok Classic, held in New Zealand.
Beyond Venture Graphics.
The no bias overplugging for Jindy Disc Golf Shop, of course. Thank you, Tommy Tulip.
Matty's favourite of all time, Against the Grain wood turning.
And then the RSL New South Wales there, the Molog subdivision, or the sub-branch, sorry. 2-hole sponsored there. Thank you for their input.
Yeah, of course, the most popular sponsor in the chat over the weekend was Pertec in orange. So thank you very much for your support.
As well as DVM Workwear and Embroidery for all your workwear needs.
Hillside Harvest. Stop in there on your way home. Grab some fruit and berries and all sorts of tasty treats. Fresh from where it's grown.
And then we can't forget Molong RSL. Maybe we'll stop by there for a steak or a Sunday roast on the way out, Jace.
That would be great. And with any luck, they'll serve Rosnay Organic Wines because I'd love to pick up a drop of that as well.
Don't forget Res, Power for Good. We forgot to shout them out because of all the dramatics on hole 17, but no, your contributions don't go unappreciated there. Res, Power for Good.
And of course, the major sponsor for this tournament, the RPM Discs from New Zealand, which sponsored the entire tournament. With thanks from a Parked Media point of view, Living It Live, as we've mentioned. ADG. Especially. Thank you very much for that. And all the disc golfers, all the viewers that have tuned in, of course. Big thank you to you and a special thank you to Molong Disc Golf Club for having us here and treating us like the absolute rock stars that we are, Matty.
That we are not, but the treatment is not taken for granted. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, so I think we're just going to hang around a little bit longer and wait for the actual presentation so we can send that to you. So without going any further, from us, from Matty, myself, thank you very much for having us. That's all from us, and we've had an absolute ball doing this. So I've been Jason Wiedner.
And I've been Matty Faz.
Thank you very much. That's all from us, and we'll hopefully see you next year.
Take care, guys.
Welcome, player. Commencing disc selection. Choose your driver. The Kotari. Choose your approach. The Kia. Choose your putter. The Tui. Selection complete.
Killing time before the presentation.
try and chase down everyone else but him. He was too good.
Fix my event ratings, at least it's still higher than my ratings, so that's all I really care about. He took a double and a single in the last two, so I think he was trying to push the cash and
be the hosts of the 2024 Australian Disc Golf Championships. I'd like to...
It's a beautiful course.
Yes, the course is pretty spectacular, and the vision that has come to fruition with a great gratitude and thank you to Mola Golf Course for partnering with us to enable us to have disc golf here on their beautiful golf course. But especially for this event, and as you know, a huge amount goes into the organisation, but visitors, helpers and sponsors, it's a collective to make it all happen. A special mention to our major sponsor, RPM. A major local sponsor, the Bond Council. MAGS, Mobile Advancement Group. Kids Connection. Especially in rural communities, and a rural community that went through some pretty significant hardship a couple of years ago. For us to be able to, for this to happen with relatively great weather, hot as it was, we were able to run the tournament without too much hiccup, I believe. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Kevin just to say a few extra words.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of the extra words. So firstly, we would really like to a big shout out to the PRKD Media guys who were here, and I know a lot of people have been following the live streams, and they did and continue to do an incredible job, and a huge amount for disc golf here in Australia. Didn't see their little hangout. They had their own little dedicated media area over the back here, which had direct access for delivery of coffees and beers and various things. So it's great to have you guys here. And huge shout out, someone who's been a really significant part of disc golf in Australia for a lot of years, often behind the scenes and definitely behind the camera, is Kingsley Fletch. So. This whole scene is a bit of a festival of disc golf, and what you guys have been a part of over the last 3 days is the first stage, our big Division 1 advanced, our pro and advanced event. However, over the coming week, basically we've got to strip this entire course down this afternoon and tomorrow and rebuild an entirely new course, no holes in common, for our Division 2 event next weekend, which is a 24-hole competition level layout. Not quite as, I won't say demanding, but it's still quite technical, but perhaps not quite as punishing as what you've experienced. And that course is going to be played not just as part of Division 2 next week, but also on Wednesday we are holding the Australian Doubles Championships. So if you have not registered and you're kind of out of the loose end on Wednesday, jump onto Disc Golf, Disc Golf Metrics. And go in and register for that should you be free. That will be played on the Division 2 layout. In between, on Tuesday in Dubbo, the magnificent Tom Rudd will be tournament directing a day out in Dubbo, and part of the prize for that are some of the most impressive trophies in the world of disc golf. You can jump in there. Thursday is our practice day, and I said next weekend is our Division 2 event, and so that is MA2, FA2 and lower divisions. We will jump into some presentations. Bob, would you like to, for those of you who were listening to the broadcast earlier today, made an early explanation for Sharon's new name of Bob. We're going to start with an ace pot. which came on a hole that we did not think would be ace. If you were to pick a basket, which is the hardest to access on the course, it's the basket on hole 7. Jack, up you go. presentations, and of course we had so many numbers in some of our divisions. It doesn't mean we've got some good prizes for people down ways, including some quite unique things. So starting with our MA40 division, some of you may have seen these white Australian 2024 RPM Australian Scale Championship water bottles around the place. There's only 2 ways that you can get those, and there's only a very limited run. Number 1 is you've volunteered at this event. Number 2, you finished 9th in the MA40 division. And there are 3 ways. You can also finish 9th in the MA40. Okay, so in the MA40 division in 9th place is Jason Vito. Now keep in mind with some of these, Jason actually finished tied 8th, but for the prizes, the positions, items go to the person who has the better second round, or final round, sorry, final round. Which means that 8th position MA40, winning a famous granny flyer, you made him well along. Gavin Palmer, put your hand up. Let's go, Gavin! Where is he? Where's Gav?
I think they just took
Anyone
off.
going to see Gavin Palmer?
I think they just took off.
Okay. Whitaker, you live in that pub.
Yeah, we'll see.
Can you talk to him? In 7th place in the MA40 division, winning a spectacular swirly RPM disc, is Joshua Conroy. And in 6th place, fellow ACT player winning a voucher from Disc Golf Warehouse is Nicholas Hall. In 5th place, winning a Hillside Harvest box of random goodies is Bendel McDonald. In 4th place, winning a $50 disconnection voucher is Lee Baker. WA? Yeah, I was going to hand that across. Now, this was a tie for 2nd place, but based upon the better, they actually had the same scores in this round, so it then went back to the previous round. In 3rd place is Tunga Wakefield. the Makikino Bank. Takes us to the FA1 Division 1 positions earlier. But in 4th place in the FA1 position, Anita Weber. Okay, that takes us to the MA1 division. MA1 division goes down. My mistake, apologies. We haven't said all the FA1s. Sam Huckabee, 3rd place, 32. Okay, that takes us to the MA1 division.
Hang on a second, Kev. What about second place in FA1?
Oh, it's all I was out throwing discs in the sun and someone my brain was frying. I thought FA1 wasn't there. My mistake. Hey, in 2nd place. Curry Kilkenny. Okay. Kirsten Murray was introduced earlier. We'll superimpose her in there. Congratulations. Now we move to MA1. In a 3-way tie for 7, we're finishing in 9th place, or getting the 9th place prize because of final round, Troy Barabong. In 8th place, winning a funky granny flyer, only about the Molo, Trent Cliff. In 7th place, winning a cool swirly RPM disc, is Hayden McPherson. Okay, in equal 5th place, the finishing 6th because of one round, the 17th best crashed man in Australian disc golf, 30 running, Brian Sherrod. Show us the headlines.
No.
Sweet. I'll like.
Has already MA1s. They've all been presented for the first 3 places. And that's Bryce Winchester in 3rd place, Kate Ashton in 2nd place, and Liam Borelli Brondex in 1st place. They will present to us. Stand up there. Hold the middle up. Huh? There we go. Okay, taking us to our MP40 division. We have an equal 3rd place, but again on final round, determining who gets the medal. The money is split. That's the cash line for MP40. In equal 3rd place is Darren Stay-Smith. This is not exchangeable for cash. This is not a real check. It's don't take it to the bank strangely. But we'll find back details and transfer.
Holy shit. You on it?
Yeah, you can get on the side there, please. And equal 3rd place, taking the 3rd place medal for better round today is Ryan Johnson. And in 2nd place in MP40, Kristen. And taking out the MP40 division, so our RPM Australian Disc Golf Championship 2024 MP40 champion, Mike Ingu.
It's treated. Make sure you say it's treated. It's treated. That's how I got my trade.
Special thanks to Sharon and Kevin for doing such an amazing job and organising it all the helpers and everybody who helped out and was just generally awesome around the course and just kept the stoke, vibes going. It was awesome. And obviously special thanks to Small Planet and who this is.
Now, before I say this, let me just check. Yeah, we presented FPO earlier in the day, or all 3 awards, so they have already been collected. So that takes us to our MA1 division. MA1, sorry, MPO division. I'm having a rough one today. And the payout line is down to 8th place. And so, in 8th place, taking home a lovely bit of orange paper with the numbers written on it, is Dead Trust. Then we had a tie for 6th place. And so in this case, instead the pool for 6th and 7th put together and split evenly. First up we have Chris Hill. Excellent.
He's probably burning off the energy.
And also in tied 6th place is Ollie Webb. On a score of 11 under, we have Luke Bay. And we have a tie for 3rd place on 13 under. So the medal again was split based upon the better final round. So in 3rd place, tied 3rd is Blake Houston. And in also tied 3rd place on 13 under, ACT's Jay Brady. And in 2nd place on a 15 under, and an incredible event and an amazing finish, Thomas Gilbert.
give a special shout out to Sharon and Kevin. Thought we could give them 3 cheers. I also want to shout out my family and friends back home, especially my parents and my girlfriend Anna. Lots of love. And shout out to my sponsors, Flying Disc Store and Berg's Bags. Yeah, it's awesome event. Thank you.
For those of you who received the magic orange bits of paper with writing on them, can you please catch up with us? We will get your bank details and we will move that money there in a magical electronic way, which you apparently can do these days. That brings us to the end of almost everything today. Almost. Reminder, last night the ace run did not go off. Where was the
700.